Right?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Just gathering some exhibits with the clerk. Would it be all right if I just complete that process before we
Yes,
begin?
thanks.
I can just have them with the clerk. Yes. I think so. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Are we ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I can't see this. Thank
Would counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
We continue with the state's case.
Yes, Your Honor, good morning. The state recalls Kristen Maydell.
And you are still under oath, Ms. Maydell. You may be seated.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Excuse me.
Sure, it's Kristen, Kristen, Maydell, Madel.
Welcome back.
Thanks.
Ms. Maydell, just before we get started, I'm going to hand you some exhibits which have been pre-marked for identification purposes. Specifically, I'm going to be handing you State's Exhibits 19 through 26, as well as 29 for identification. And I'm also going to be handing you States 112 for identification and 117 through 121 for identification purposes. Ms. Maydell, are those all reports that you authored in connection with this case?
Yes.
Now, you were with us last time discussing certain DNA results from evidence recovered from 69 Wells Lane, a 2014 Range Rover, and a 2017 Chevrolet Suburban. Did you conduct additional analysis in this case?
I did.
And that analysis that you did was on evidence which was submitted to the State Forensic Laboratory in accordance with standard laboratory protocols. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, prior to receiving some of this evidence, it was actually analyzed by different units of the forensic laboratory, including the latent print unit as well as the forensic biology unit. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, before we discuss the additional analysis that you did, I'd like to talk to you now about nuclear DNA and mitochondrial DNA. To begin with, what is nuclear DNA?
Nuclear DNA is DNA that's unique to an individual. It's found in the nucleus part of the cell. If you think of it as like an egg, the yellow part of an egg would be where the nucleus is, and your DNA, nuclear DNA is located there. You get half your nuclear DNA from your mother, half your nuclear DNA from your father.
And conversely, what is mitochondrial DNA?
Well, mitochondrial DNA is also found in the cell, but it's found in the white part of the cell. It's found in the mitochondrial organelles that are in the white part of the cell. I think previously I misspoke on my old testimony, first testimony, that mitochondrial DNA is on the X chromosome, which it's not. It's found in the mitochondrial. And this type of DNA is inherited maternally. So you get this DNA from your mother. So my mother has the same mitochondrial DNA as myself, and I pass that same mitochondrial DNA on to my children. So this is not unique to an individual.
What are the differences between nuclear DNA and mitochondrial DNA in terms of its ability to discriminate between individuals?
So nuclear DNA is unique to an individual besides identical twins, whereas mitochondrial DNA is not, because you have it in the same maternal line.
The last time you were here, we discussed nuclear DNA results. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
But you also did mitochondrial DNA testing in this case.
I did, yes.
And the analysis that we're going to discuss today actually addresses both of those different types of analysis depending on which item you looked at, correct?
Correct, yes.
I wanted to talk to you about the basics of DNA, Specifically, what types of things can destroy DNA or contaminate DNA potentially? Can water destroy DNA on a surface or make it harder to detect?
It can wash it away. Bleach is known to destroy DNA, UV light, but water can wash DNA away if it's poured on top of where DNA may have been left.
Can shampoo destroy DNA or make it harder to detect?
It's possible. Again, it would do the same effect as just water washing it away or getting rid of the DNA that may have been there.
Can wiping a surface either destroy or remove DNA?
Yes, again, it's possible. If you have a spill on the counter from juice or something and you wipe it away on that paper towel, it goes onto the paper towel. So same thing can happen if you wipe a surface with DNA, it could get onto the paper towel and then you could remove it.
How about vacuuming an area?
Same concept. Yep, you could possibly remove it from the surface.
Does the amount of time that DNA is on an object also influence whether or not it can be detected by your equipment?
Yes, of course. If it's there, if you leave DNA and then try and swab it and detect it right away, you might have a better result than if you wait a week or two.
And why is that?
Because it could get wiped away, it could degrade from the environment, you just would lose that DNA.
Now, when a DNA profile is developed, is it possible to tell whether or not the profile came from blood, saliva, skin cells, or any other source?
No, we cannot say that.
And just to refresh the jury's memory, you spoke with us last time about STR-Mix. What is that?
STR-Mix is the software that is used to help the DNA analyst interpret that DNA profile and give a statistical calculation to the weight of that evidence.
Now, I want to direct your attention to 2019 and the initial analysis that you conducted in this case. What DNA kit was the laboratory using at that point?
We were using for amplification, we're using a Fusion 6C amplification kit.
And what DNA kit does the laboratory use now?
Currently, we use the Global Filer STR amplification kit, which is just a different company.
What are the differences between the two kits?
The two kits have a couple of different sites that the Fusion had a few more sites that the Global Filer kit does not have.
And so how can that influence or impact the DNA analysis?
So since all the evidence was processed with that Fusion 6C kit originally, most of it, some subsequent testing was done with Global Filer and evidence, but the original evidence that was done in 2019, 2020 was done with the Fusion kit, which had 27 sites and 23 of them were used to perform statistical analysis if you had a match. Currently, the Global Filer kit has 24 sites with only 21 sites being used for statistics. So if you compare a new known that was done with the new kit, Global Filer, and only has 21 sites to use to compare to the original Fusion kit, you can only use those 21 sites. So therefore, those two sites that you had information and the evidence are not used for the statistical calculation.
Now, did you receive two separate known DNA samples from the defendant, Michelle Troconis, in this case?
I did, yes.
And the first one was received in 2019?
Yes.
And the second one was received in 2023, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And so did you generate a profile from the known DNA samples in both instances?
I did, yes.
And did you do an analysis of the second known profile against the evidence that had already been tested?
Yes, I wrote reports for the first comparisons when I compared her first known to all the evidence, and then in 2023, when her known was reprocessed with the new kit, I then went back and compared the new results of that known to all the previously done evidence.
Now, the new kit that you referred to is called what?
Global Filer.
And Global Filer has less testing sites than Fusion 6 did.
Yes.
Now, in addition to the two known samples that you received from the defendant, can you just refresh the jury's memory as to who else you received known samples from?
I received known samples from Fotis Dulos, Lauren Almeida, the swabbing of the electric toothbrush uses a pseudonym, Pavel Bumeni, and the 5 Dulos children.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention now to some of the specific analysis that you did and some of the results. Judge, if I may just have permission again to use my computer and be seated for the examination.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to begin by publishing the stipulation again, Your Honor. Paragraph 10 of State's Exhibit 103. State Police Exhibit 502K, seized from Hartford by Sergeant Kevin Duggan on May 31st, 2019, and identified as 4 pieces of black plastic garbage bag with duct tape attached to 2 pieces, contained within State Police Exhibit 502, seized from the scene, corner of Albany Avenue and Green Street, Hartford, Connecticut, was subsequently submitted to the Division of Scientific Services and designated as Submission 88. And Your Honor, I'm going to open up and display to the jury State Trial Exhibit 111A. Specifically a folder entitled State Police Exhibit 502K, Lab Submission 88. And there's a subfolder 88-3, which I'm opening. And I'm going to display the photograph 88-3S7. And Ms. Maydell, just for your benefit, I believe this is encompassed in DNA Supplemental Reports 4, 9, and 18. Excuse me. I apologize, 5, 10, and 18. So I'd like to discuss with you now, there was a swabbing which was done by Ms. Balonis, identified as 88-3S7. Did you have an opportunity to do a DNA analysis on that particular swabbing?
Yes, I did.
And what were the results?
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 88-3S7 being a mixture of 4 contributors, with at least 2 of them being male. Assuming 4 contributors, the DNA profile from 88-3S7 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush and 3 unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unknown individuals. In assuming 4 contributors, the DNA profile from 88-3S7 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Fotis Dulos and 3 unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unknown individuals. Assuming 4 contributors, the DNA profile from item 88-3S7 is at least 780,000 times more likely to occur if it originated from Michelle Troconis and 3 unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unknown individuals.
And did you also have an opportunity you indicated that you received 2 separate knowns from the defendant,
Yes,
And you, I guess, reanalyzed the evidence using the second known with the second kit. Is that correct?
the original evidence was not reanalyzed, but the comparison was done to the new known, which had 2 less sites.
Okay.
Yes.
And what were the results for that particular analysis with respect to the defendant?
Assuming 4 contributors, the Fusion 6C DNA profile from item 88-3S7 is at least 250,000 times more likely to occur if it originated from Michelle Troconis and 3 unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unknown individuals.
So I'd like to talk to you now about the differences in those 2 stats. In the first analysis that you did, it was 780,000 times more likely, and in the second, 250,000 times more likely. Can you explain how that's possible, and is that first stat still valid?
Both stats are valid. It's just, as I said before, when we switched to this new kit with the new known that was submitted last year, 2023, it had 2 less testing sites to use for statistical calculations. So therefore, when I compared the new known to the original evidence that had more data, I can't use those 2 sites because I don't have data from the known. So when you do the statistical calculation, you're losing those 2 sites when you're doing basically the product rule. So if you have 2 times 2 times 2, 21 times, 2 times 2 versus 23 times, you're obviously going to have a higher number with those 2 extra times that you're multiplying the numbers out.
And did you also do an analysis as to the Dulos children as well as Lauren Almeida and Pavel Gumieni?
Yes, I did.
And that's found in DNA Supplemental Report number 10 for your benefit. What were the results of that?
First, Lauren Almeida and Pavel Gumieni were both eliminated as possible contributors to that 4-person mixture. When comparing all 5 children, they were all at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if they originated from individually each of those children and 3 unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unknown individuals.
So, Ms. Maydell, does that mean that the children touched this bag or that it is, in fact, the children's DNA?
I can't say who touched the bag for any of these conclusions. All I can say is looking at this 4-person mixture, it appears that the 2 major contributors that are contributing to this 4-person mixture are contributing about the same amount. So approximately the same amount from both of those 2 major contributors. And if those 2 major contributors are the parents of these children, you get half your DNA from your mother and half your DNA from your father. So if your parents' DNA is all there, of course you're going to have your profile be there, your types be there, because both your parents are contributing to that profile.
I'd like to talk to you about the remainder of the 88-3 DNA results, if I could, specifically beginning with 88-3S1. And for the remainder of these, Ms. Maydell, those will be found in supplemental reports 4, 9, and 18 for your benefit. So beginning with 88-3S1, which was identified as a swabbing of a knot area by Ms. Valonis, what were the results?
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from 88-3S1 being a mixture of 2 contributors. Assuming 2 contributors, the DNA profile from item 88-3S1 is at least 26,000 times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush and 1 unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown individuals. Assuming 2 contributors, given the low likelihood ratios calculated, the results are inconclusive as to whether Fotis Dulos could be a contributor to the DNA profile from item 88-3S1. And Michelle Troconis is eliminated as a contributor to the DNA profile from item 88-3S1.
And we're, in supplemental number 9, were Lauren Almeida and Pavel Gumieni eliminated as well?
Yes, that is correct. They were both eliminated.
And with respect to the children, what were the results?
Sorry, which report is that?
DNA supplemental report number 9.
Oh, that's also 9. All 5 children had low likelihood ratios calculated, so they are inconclusive as to whether they can be contributors to this profile, 883S1.
And since it's displayed in the photograph, I wanted to jump ahead to 883S5. Which was identified as a hair-like fiber in the knot of the bag. You performed mitochondrial DNA analysis on this. I believe it can be found in your report, DNA supplement report number 12.
Yes.
And can you just indicate to the jury what the results were?
So for this hair, I attempted to get nuclear DNA from the hair, and I was not successful. There was no nuclear DNA detected. So because of that, we then went to the hair shaft and tried to get mitochondrial DNA profile from that hair, so which I did obtain a full mitochondrial DNA profile from 883S5. So the mitochondrial DNA sequence from 883S5 and 7G1 are the same. Therefore, the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush cannot be excluded as a source of 883S5. I feel like I should explain that conclusion a little bit more because I don't think we talked about how mitochondrial DNA conclusions are different than nuclear.
Sure.
Since it's not unique to an individual and it's through the same maternal line, we say if 2 profiles match in the mitochondrial, that they can't be excluded as coming from the same source or anybody in that maternal line. So a little bit different for mitochondrial DNA sequencing versus looking at those repeats that I talked about last time, where we were looking at, say, 4 letters, A, G, T, T, repeated 9, 10 times. That gives you your type. For mitochondrial DNA, you're looking at the actual order of those bases. So say you have the letter CAT, that spells cat. If you rearrange those letters and you do ACT, that is act. So those 2 do not match. They're 2 different profiles. So that's mitochondrial DNA. That's what we're actually looking at, is the order of the bases to see if they match. And then we say, if they do match, they cannot be excluded. And then we search the database of all these profiles to see how common or rare that profile is. It's a more of a frequency estimate versus a likelihood ratio. So after I made the conclusion that 883S5 and the profile from 7G1, the toothbrush, are a match, I then searched the database to see how common or rare that sequence is. We typically report the 3 major ethnic groups in Connecticut unless there's a match within another ethnic group, and then we report all those statistics. So I'll read those now. So in the African American population, I wouldn't expect to see this profile in more than 0.32% of the population. In the Caucasian population, 1.33% of the population. Hispanic, 0.42% of the population. Asian, 0.46% of the population. And Native American, 0.62% of the population. Now, in comparing that profile from 883S5 to the mitochondrial DNA profile from Fotis Dulos, Michelle Troconis, Lauren Almeida, and Pavel Gumieni, they're all excluded as being a possible source of that profile from the hair. I could also explain that we didn't test the children's mitochondrial DNA because it was irrelevant, because we have the mitochondrial DNA profile from the toothbrush, and it would have been the same.
Yeah, and speaking of the toothbrush, just to refresh the jury's memory, you did a parental analysis on the toothbrush to determine the likelihood that the profile on the toothbrush was related to Petros Dulos, is that correct?
Correct. I made a maternity-paternity stat to the toothbrush to one of the children to show, yes.
And I don't want to misquote, but I think it was something like 8 billion times more likely to be the mother of Petros Dulos.
It was something around that, yes. I don't know if I have that report here with me.
I believe it's DNA Supplemental Report 16.
16, let's see. Yes. Yes, the expected frequency of individuals who could be the parent of Petros Dulos is less than 1 in 8.1 billion people in the general population.
I wanted to go back to 88.3S7 for a second, if I could. This was the result in which you concluded that the defendant was 780,000 times more likely to be a contributor or 250,000 times more likely to be a contributor, depending on which kit you used. And I know you indicated that you can't tell us how DNA got onto a particular object. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
But I want you to assume the following facts are true. I want you to assume that the defendant in her third interview with police indicated to them that she held a bag open for Mr. Dulos as he deposited something in the bag. Is it possible that her DNA could have gotten on the bag as she was holding it?
Yes, that's possible. We know that if you come in contact with something, it is possible for you to leave your own DNA behind on an item.
Now I'm going to display in this folder, which is State Police Exhibit 502K Lab Submission 88, Subfolder 88.3. There was additional swabbing, specifically 88.3S2 and 88.3S3. 88.3S2 was identified as a reddish-brown staining on the exterior, and 88.3S3 was identified as a reddish-brown staining on the exterior, both approximate areas of swabbing displayed in this particular photograph. What were the results for these two particular swabs? And this can be found in DNA reports 4, 9, and 18.
(88.3S2), the results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 88.3S2 originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, the DNA profile from item 88.3S2 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush than if it originated from one unknown individual.
And were all other known profiles eliminated?
Yes, all other known profiles eliminated.
And then with respect to 88.3S3, the reddish-brown staining on the exterior, was that the same result?
That is not number 4. So 88.3S3.
Yes.
Yes, same results. Single female individual. Yes.
Okay, so 100 billion times more likely to originate from the profile generated from the toothbrush, and all other known individuals were eliminated?
Correct, yes.
And then on this same item, 88.3S4, I'm displaying that photograph, lab 88.3S4, and this was identified as exposed sticky sides of duct tape.
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from 88.3S4 being a mixture of 2 contributors. Assuming two contributors, the DNA profile from item 883S4 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush and one unknown individual than if it came from two unknown individuals. Fotis Dulos and Michelle Troconis are eliminated as contributors to item 883S4.
And as were all other known individuals, is that correct?
That is correct. Lauren Almeida, Paul Gumeni, and all 5 children were eliminated.
And I'm going to go to state trial exhibit 109 now. And I'm going to open a folder entitled State Police Exhibit 502U, Lab Submission 41. And I'm going to publish paragraph 12 of that same stipulation. State Police Exhibit 502U, seized from Hartford by Sergeant Kevin Duggan on May 31st, 2019, and identified as one black plastic garbage bag tied in a knot containing a shirt and bra with blood-like substance contained within State Police Exhibit 502, seized from the scene, corner of Albany Avenue and Green Street, Hartford, Connecticut, was subsequently submitted to the Division of Scientific Services and designated as Submission 41. So I'm opening State Trial Exhibit 109 folders, State Police Exhibit 502U, Lab Submission 41. And Ms. Maydell, for your benefit, this can be found in your very first DNA report, as well as supplemental reports 1, 9, and 18. And I'm displaying the photograph Lab 41.1 exterior front.
Sorry, so you said 41-1S1?
Correct. That is identified as a portion of a reddish-brown stain from the shirt. What were the results?
So in the first report, it was only compared to the swabbing of the electric toothbrush. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 41-1S1 being a mixture of 2 contributors. Assuming 2 contributors, the DNA profile from item 41-1S1 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush and one unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown individuals.
And then in supplemental reports 1, 9, and 18, would it be fair to say that all other known profiles were eliminated as being contributors to that particular profile?
Yes, that is correct. Everyone else was eliminated.
And I'm going to display a photograph entitled Lab 41.2 exterior front. Excuse me, strike that. I'm going to display Lab 41.2. Specifically 41-2S1, which was identified as a portion of reddish-brown stain from bra. And this can be found for your benefit, Ms. Maydell, in supplemental reports 2, 9, and 18. Can you just indicate to the jury what the results were?
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from 41-2S1 being a mixture of 2 contributors. Assuming 2 contributors, the DNA profile from 41-2S1 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush and one unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown individuals. Fotis Dulos and Michelle Troconis are eliminated as contributors to 41-2S1.
And then with respect to supplemental report number 9, the results were inconclusive as to the Dulos children, is that correct?
That is correct. And Lauren Almeida and Paul Volgumini are also eliminated as contributors.
And just sticking with this particular submission, 41-3. And specifically the swabbing 41-3S2. And this was identified as a swabbing of the knot interior. What were the results? And this is found in 2, 9, and 18.
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 41-3S2 being a mixture of 2 contributors. Assuming 2 contributors, the DNA profile from 41-3S2 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush and 1 unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown individuals. The results do not support the hypothesis that Fotis Dulos is a contributor to this profile. Assuming 2 contributors, Fotis Dulos is eliminated as a contributor to item 41-3S2. The same conclusion for Michelle Troconis. The results do not support the hypothesis that she's a contributor. Assuming 2 contributors, Michelle Troconis is eliminated as a contributor to 41-3S2.
And with respect to the children, were the results that it was inconclusive as to whether or not they could be contributors to the profile?
That is correct.
And Pavel Gumieni and Lauren Almeida were eliminated.
Yes, the results did not support the hypothesis that they were contributors. They were also eliminated.
And just to refresh the jury's recollection, when you're saying that a result is inconclusive, what exactly does that mean?
That means that when we perform our likelihood ratio statistic, the number generated is above our elimination threshold, but below our threshold to say that it's a positive association. So we say no comparison, no conclusion can be made for that comparison.
I'm going to direct your attention now to 41-3-31S1 or 31S1, identified as a reddish-brown stain on the panty liner found within that particular submission. Did you get any results?
No DNA profile was generated from that sample.
And how about 41-3-1S2, which was a swabbing of the absorbent side of that particular panty liner?
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 41-3-1S2, originated from a single individual. Due to the limited data detected from 41-3-1S2, the comparison to the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush is inconclusive. Due to the limited data detected from that same item, the comparison to Fotis Dulos is inconclusive. Michelle Troconis is eliminated as the source of the DNA profile from 41-3-1S2.
And is it also fair to say in DNA supplemental report number 9, you concluded that Lauren Almeida, Pavel Gumieni, Petros Dulos, and Noel Dulos were eliminated as well?
Correct. And due to the limited data detected, the comparison to Constantine, Christiane, and Theodore are also inconclusive.
I want to just read a stipulation, paragraph 13 of State's Exhibit 103. State Police Exhibit 154 seized from Hartford by Sergeant Michael Butin on May 31st, 2019, and identified as one FedEx envelope, color white, containing 2 altered Connecticut license plates, seized from the scene storm drain at 1344 Albany Avenue, Hartford, Connecticut. It was subsequently submitted to the Division of Scientific Services and designated as submission 96. So I'm opening up State Trial Exhibit 109, the folder, State Police Exhibit 154, Lab Submission 96. And I'm just going to display this. Lab 96, 1S1. These were photographs that it came to your attention that these particular license plates and the FedEx envelope that contained them were in a sewer drain. Is that correct?
Yes, that was in the description, yes.
So I want to just direct your attention to DNA report number 6, supplemental report number 6. Were you able to generate a profile on either of these license plates or the FedEx envelope?
Can you repeat the numbers, please?
It's DNA supplemental report number 6.
Sorry, no, the item numbers.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
96-1, 96-2, and 96-3.
No DNA profile was obtained from any of those swabbings.
Okay, so the license plates that were found in the sewer drain did not have any, you were not able to get a profile?
We did not detect any DNA, no.
Could you just indicate to the jury how those items being in a sewer drain could have potentially influenced any DNA evidence that might have been contained on them?
Well, DNA, a sewer probably has water in it, I would believe. So water being exposed to the evidence that was sitting in the sewer drain would possibly wash it away. Also, depending how long it was in the sewer drain makes a big impact on getting rid of DNA also.
I'm going to read a stipulation now, paragraph 2. State Police Exhibit 502A, seized from Hartford by Sergeant Kevin Duggan on May 31st, 2019, and identified as one clear plastic bag with blood-like substance contained within State Police Exhibit 502, seized from the scene, corner of Albany Avenue and Green Street, Hartford, Connecticut, was subsequently submitted to the Division of Scientific Services and designated as submission number 50. And staying within State Trial Exhibit 109, I'm opening up the folder entitled State Police Exhibit 502A, Lab Submission 50. And I'm displaying Lab 50 with paper added. There was a swabbing done here identified as 51S2. A portion of a reddish-brown staining on the exterior as received. And the results of this can be found in DNA Supplemental Reports number 2, 9, and 18.
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 51S2 being a mixture of 2 contributors. Assuming 2 contributors, the DNA profile from item 51S2 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush and 1 unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown individuals. Fotis Dulos and Michelle Troconis are eliminated as contributors to the DNA profile from 51S2.
And then with respect to the children in DNA Supplemental Report number 9, is it fair to say that the results were inconclusive as to all Dulos children, whether or not they could be contributors to the profile?
That is correct, and Lauren and Pavel are both eliminated as contributors.
Attorney McGinnis, it may be helpful if the jury does not recall what those items are to indicate what the items are in the photo.
Oh, yes, sir. This is lab submission number 50, which was identified as State Police Exhibit 502A, 1 clear plastic bag with blood-like substance, seized from Hartford.
Your Honor, for the record, isn't it blood-like stain is what it refers to rather than substance?
The stipulation that we entered into indicates blood-like substance.
All right.
And I want to direct your attention now to DNA supplemental report number 12. There were hair-like fibers that were taken from submission number 50 that you did mitochondrial DNA testing on. Is that correct?
That is correct. I tried to do nuclear DNA testing and did not develop a profile, so then we went to mitochondrial DNA testing.
And is it fair to say that everyone was eliminated?
Yes, I developed a full mitochondrial DNA profile, and none of the profiles matched to none of the known profiles matched to this evidence.
I'm just going to read paragraph 3. State Police Exhibit 502B, seized from Hartford by Sergeant Kevin Duggan on May 31st, 2019, and identified as one clear plastic bag with blood-like substance contained within State Police Exhibit 502, seized from the scene, corner of Albany Avenue and Green Street, Hartford, Connecticut, was subsequently submitted to the Division of Scientific Services and designated as submission number 51. I'm going to stay within that same disk and open up that folder. And I'm displaying the photograph entitled Lab 51 as received. Now, there were swabbings taken by biology of this as well, beginning with, and these next several results, Ms. Mado, can be found in 2, 9, and 18 for your benefit. Beginning with 51 1S3, which was identified as reddish-brown staining of the exterior. Could you indicate to the jury what the results were?
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from 51 1S3 originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, the DNA profile from 51 S3 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush than if it originated from an unknown individual.
And then is it fair to say that all known profiles that you analyzed were eliminated from this particular sample?
Yes, that is correct.
And 51 1S4, which was identified as a reddish-brown staining from the front lower opening, were the results the same in that it was 100 billion times more likely that the profile generated from the toothbrush was a contributor than an unknown person, and all other individuals were, or all other known individuals were eliminated?
Yes, it was a single female profile.
And 51 1S5, which was identified as a reddish-brown stain from the hood top area. Same results?
Yes.
Just going to display the photograph 51 1S6 and 51 1S7. With respect to 51 1S6, was it the same results, 100 billion times more likely to be generated, that profile to be generated from the profile obtained from the toothbrush as opposed to an unknown person, and all other known individuals were eliminated?
Yes.
How about 51 1S7?
Same results.
Now I'm going to display the photograph, Lab 51, 1S3, and S4, and S5, and S6, and S8. And 51, 1S8, what were the results?
Same results.
Okay, and that was identified as a swabbing from the exterior of hood.
Correct.
I don't know that I identified 51-1S6 and 51-1S7, so I'll just do that for the record. 51S6, for which you received the same results, was identified as a swabbing from the interior of hood. Is that correct?
Yes.
And 51-1S7 was identified as reddish-brown staining from the interior front. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I want to jump ahead to also 51-1S2, which was identified as a hard whitish material with reddish brown staining. There was a swabbing done of that as well, which was identified as 51-1S2-2. Is that correct?
51-1S2.
And I think this can be found in DNA report 11 and 19.
Results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 51. Oh, I'm sorry, hold on one second. 51. My report refers to it as 51S2-2.
That's correct.
Okay. The DNA profile from item 51S2-2 originating from a single female individual, assuming one individual, the DNA profile from 51S2-2 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush than if it originated from an unknown individual. And all other knowns are eliminated from that profile.
I'm going to jump ahead to State Trial Exhibit 111A. This was Anita Valonis's disc. And I'm just going to read a stipulation, Your Honor. State Police Exhibit 502C, seized from Hartford by Sergeant Kevin Duggan on May 31st, 2019, and identified as one yellow and green kitchen sponge with blood-like substance contained within State Police Exhibit 502, seized from the scene, corner of Albany Avenue and Green Street, Hartford, Connecticut, was subsequently submitted to the Division of Scientific Services and designated as Submission 54. I'm just going to open that folder and display the photograph entitled Lab 54S1 and 54S2. And Ms. Maydell, just for your benefit, all of these results with respect to this particular submission can be found in supplemental reports 3, 9, and 18.
Okay. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 54S1 originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, the DNA profile from 54S1 is at least 7.2 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush than if it originated from an unknown individual. Fotis Dulos and Michelle Troconis are eliminated as the source of the DNA profile from 54S1.
And is it also fair to say that all the Dulos children, Lauren Almeida and Pavel Gumiani, were eliminated as well?
Yes, that is correct.
And just to refresh the jury's memory, when you say that something is consistent with being a single female or a single contributor, what does that mean exactly?
That there is no evidence of more than one person contributing to that profile.
And just for the record, 54S1 was identified as a reddish-brown stain along the short edge. Is that correct?
Yes, mine is, it's called a stain on a sponge along short edge.
And I want to direct your attention now to 54S2, which is identified as a reddish brown stain near short edge. What were the results with respect to that?
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 54S2 originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, the DNA profile from item 54S2 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush than if it originated from an unknown individual. Fotis Dulos, Michelle Troconis, and all other knowns are eliminated to that single female profile.
And swabbing 54S3 was identified as swabbing of areas on yellow portion. I'm displaying the photo lab 54S3. What were the results of your DNA analysis for that particular swabbing?
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 54S3 being a mixture of two contributors. Assuming two contributors, the DNA profile from item 54S3 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush and one unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown individuals. Fotis Dulos is eliminated as a contributor to item 54S3. Assuming two contributors, given the low likelihood ratios calculated, the results are inconclusive as to whether Michelle Troconis could be a contributor to the DNA profile from item 54S3.
And then would it be also fair to say that the Dulos children, Lauren Almeida and Pavel Gumieni, were eliminated as contributors to this profile?
Yes, that is correct.
Just going to read a stipulation, paragraph 5 of States 103. State Police Exhibit 502D, seized from Hartford by Sergeant Kevin Duggan on May 31st, 2019, and identified as one black rubber and fabric glove with dirt-like substance contained within State Police Exhibit 502, seized from the scene, corner of Albany Avenue and Green Street, Hartford, Connecticut, was subsequently submitted to the Division of Scientific Services and designated as Submission 61. I'm just going to stay within that folder, and I'm going to display the photo entitled Lab 61S1 through 61S3. And for your benefit, Ms. Maydell, these results can be found in DNA report, supplemental reports 3, 9, and 18.
S1 was a swabbing of a glove interior palm side. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 61S1 originating from a single individual. The source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush is eliminated as a source of the DNA profile from item 61S1. Due to the limited data detected from 61S1, the comparison to Fotis Dulos and Michelle Troconis are inconclusive.
And were the results also inconclusive as to the Dulos children and Lauren Almeida?
That is correct, and Pavel is eliminated.
Now, with respect to 61S2, which is identified as a swabbing of a reddish brown soil type staining on the exterior palm side cuff edge, what were the results?
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 61S2 originating from a single individual. Due to the limited data detected from item 61S2, the comparison to the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush is inconclusive. Fotis Dulos, Michelle Troconis are eliminated as a source of the DNA profile from 61S2.
And with respect to the children, were the results inconclusive as to them?
That is correct, and Lauren and Pavel are eliminated.
And 61-1S3, which was identified as swabbing soil type deposits exterior palm side cuff area, you did not get a profile for that particular test, correct?
61S3, correct. No DNA profile was detected.
And I'm opening up the photo entitled Lab 61S4 and 61S5. 61S4 was identified as swabbing of interior palm side. Can you indicate for the jury what the results were with respect to the interior palm side of this particular glove?
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 61S4 originating from a single individual. The source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush is eliminated as the source of the DNA profile from item 61S4. Assuming one individual, the DNA profile from item 61S4 is at least 27,000 times more likely to occur if it originated from Fotis Dulos than if it originated from an unknown individual. Michelle Troconis is eliminated as a source of the DNA profile from 61S4.
And also fair to say the Dulos children, Lauren Almeida and Pavel Gumieni, were eliminated as well, correct?
That is correct.
And 61-1S5, which was identified as swabbing of interior back of hand. Can you indicate to the jury what the results were for that particular swab?
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 61S5 being a mixture of two contributors. The source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush is eliminated as a source of the DNA profile from item 61S5. Assuming two contributors, given the low likelihood ratios calculated, the results are inconclusive to whether Fotis Dulos could be a contributor to the profile from 61S5. Michelle Troconis is eliminated as a contributor to the DNA profile from item 61S5. The results do not support the hypothesis that Petros Dulos or Theodore Dulos are contributors to this profile. Assuming two contributors, Petros Dulos and Theodore Dulos, are eliminated as contributors to item 61S5. Assuming two contributors, given the low likelihood ratios calculated, the results are inconclusive as to whether Constantine, Christiane, or C. Noel Dulos could be contributors to the DNA profile from item 61S5. Lauren and Pavel are eliminated as contributors.
Publishing paragraph 6 of States 103. State Police Exhibit 502E seized from Hartford by Sergeant Kevin Duggan on May 31st, 2019, and identified as one pair of black husky gloves contained within State Police Exhibit 502, seized from the scene, corner of Albany Avenue and Green Street, Hartford, Connecticut, was subsequently submitted to the Division of Scientific Services and designated as Submission 62. I'm going to open that folder. Just going to display the photograph entitled Lab 62-1S1. 62-1S1 was identified as the swabbing of left glove interior palm side. Can you indicate to the jury what the results were?
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 62-1S1 originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, the DNA profile from item 62-1S1 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush than if it originated from an unknown individual. All other knowns are eliminated.
And 61-1S2 and 1S3, I'm now displaying that particular photograph, which shows the approximate area where those swabbings took place. Were the results the same, meaning that 100 billion times more likely to have originated from the profile generated from the toothbrush, and all other knowns were eliminated with respect to 62-1S2 and 62-1S3?
That is correct.
And just for the record, 62-1S2 was identified as reddish-brown staining on exterior logo of back of hand, and 62-1S3 was identified as reddish-brown staining areas on exterior wrist closure. I'd like to talk to you now about the right glove. We were just talking about the left glove, which was identified as 62-2. There were also swabbings taken of this. I'm displaying the photograph entitled Lab 62-2S1 and 62-2S3. 62-2S1 was identified as swabbing of right glove, interior palm side. What were the results with respect to that?
Results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 62-2S1 originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, the DNA profile from 62-2S1 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of electric toothbrush than if it originated from an unknown individual. Fotis Dulos and Michelle Troconis are eliminated as 62-2S1.
As are all other knowns, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
62-2S2 is identified as reddish brown staining on exterior, logo on back of hand. I'm going to try to display that photograph. Here we go. This is photograph Lab 62-2S2 and 62-2S4. Could you indicate the results for 62-2S2?
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 62-2S2 being a mixture of two contributors. Assuming two contributors, the DNA profile from item 62-2S2 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush and one unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown individuals. Fotis Dulos is eliminated as a contributor to the DNA profile from 62-2S2. The results do not support the hypothesis that Michelle Troconis is a contributor to this profile. Assuming two contributors, Michelle Troconis is eliminated as a contributor to DNA profile from 62-2S2.
And with respect to the children?
Given the, assuming two contributors, given the low likelihood ratios calculated, the results are inconclusive as to whether Petros, Constantine, Christiane, C. Noel, or Theodore could be contributors to the profile from 62S2. The results do not support the hypothesis that Lauren Almeida is a contributor to this profile. Assuming two contributors, Lauren Almeida is eliminated as a contributor to this profile, and Pavel is also eliminated as a contributor of 62-2S2.
And Judge, I just have two more swabbings for this particular submission and then perhaps the morning recess.
Yes.
Directing your attention now to 62-2S3, which is identified as reddish brown staining, stitching on wrist closure, palm side. Could you indicate to the jury what the results were? And this is in 3, 9, and 18.
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 62-2S3, originating from a single female individual. So this same conclusion, this ceiling stat, and everybody else is eliminated.
Okay, when you say the ceiling stat, it's
100 billion times more likely.
that it originated from the profile generated on the toothbrush?
Yes, versus an unknown individual.
And just with respect to 62-2S4, which is identified as reddish brown staining on the stitching on wrist closure, back of hand.
Same conclusions.
In other words, 100 billion times more likely to be the profile from the toothbrush.
Correct. Than an unknown individual, and everybody else is eliminated.
Judge, is this a good time to take the morning recess?
Yes. We'll stand in our morning recess, ladies and gentlemen. Please do not discuss the case.
This honorable school board now open the session. Good morning, Your Honor.
Please be seated. Thank you. You may proceed.
Oh, we're ready for the jury,
Oh, sorry.
Judge.
The counsel stipulate, please.
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
Thank you.
Just going to publish the stipulation, Your Honor, 103, paragraph 7. State Police Exhibit 502H, seized from Hartford by Sergeant Kevin Duggan on May 31st, 2019, and identified as 4 large white zip ties with blood-like substance contained within State Police Exhibit 502, seized from the scene, corner of Albany Avenue and Green Street, Hartford, Connecticut, was subsequently submitted to the Division of Scientific Services and designated as Submission 52. And now I'm in State Trial Exhibit 109 in the Lab Submission 52 folder, and I'm displaying the photograph entitled 52-1S1 through 52-4S1. I want to just direct your attention now to some swabbings that were taken of this particular submission. And Ms. Maydell, for your benefit, the results can be found in your reports, supplemental reports 2, 9, and 18. Beginning with 52-1S1, swabbing of surface, including stains. Can you indicate to the jury what the results were?
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 52-1S1, originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, the DNA profile from item 52-1S1 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush than if it originated from an unknown individual.
And Attorney McGinnis, would you again remind the jury about what they are seeing on the screen?
Yes, Judge. These were the zip ties seized from Hartford, Exhibit 502H, submission number 52.
Thank you.
And all other knowns were eliminated as a contributor.
And just to be clear, so the profile was it was 100 billion times more likely to have been generated by the profile you found on the electric toothbrush than an unknown individual. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it was a single female profile?
Correct.
And with respect to swabbings 52-2S1, swabbing of surface including stains, 52-3S3, swabbing of surface including stains, and 52-4S1, swabbing of surface including stains. Were the results identical?
Yes, they were.
And I'm displaying Lab 52-3S2. That's a photograph. What were the DNA results for swabbing 52-3S2 identified as a reddish brown stain?
The same results as the other 4 from the zip ties.
Single female, 100 billion times more likely to be the profile from the electric toothbrush.
Yes, and all other knowns eliminated.
Publishing paragraph 8 of that same stipulation. State Police Exhibit 502I, seized from Hartford by Sergeant Kevin Duggan on May 31st, 2019, and identified as one white standard textile towel with blood-like substance contained within State Police Exhibit 502, seized from the scene, corner of Albany Avenue and Green Street, Hartford, Connecticut, was subsequently submitted to the Division of Scientific Services and designated as Submission 53. I'm going to open up that folder in State Trial Exhibit 109. And I'm opening the photograph entitled Lab 51 3S1 and 53S2. With respect to the swabbing 53S1, which was a swabbing of a portion of a reddish-brown stain, what were the results?
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 53S1 being a mixture of 2 contributors. Assuming 2 contributors, the DNA profile from item 53S1 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush and 1 unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown individuals. Fotis Dulos and Michelle Troconis are eliminated as contributors to the DNA profile from 53S1.
And then with respect to the children?
Assuming 2 contributors, given the low likelihood ratios calculated, the results are inconclusive as to whether Petros, Constantine, Christiane, C. Noel, or Theodore Dulos could be contributors to the DNA profile from 53S1. Lauren Almeida and Pavel Gumini are eliminated as contributors.
And I might stand corrected on that. It may not have been a swabbing. It may have actually been a cutting of the 53S1 may have actually been a cutting of the towel.
Mine is described as a portion of a reddish-brown stain from towel.
Right. So it was actually a piece of the towel as opposed to a swabbing of the towel.
Correct. They normally would call it a swabbing, yes.
And then with respect to 53S2, which was I believe another cutting of a reddish-brown stain. Is that correct?
It might be a different report.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's supplemental report number 3.
Yes. 53S2 is a reddish-brown stain from a towel. 53S2. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 53S2 originating from a single individual. The source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush is eliminated as the source of the DNA profile from item 53S2. Fotis Dulos and Michelle Troconis are also eliminated as the source of the DNA profile from 53S2.
I believe everyone was eliminated from this. Is that correct?
Double check.
Sure.
Yes, correct. Everybody's eliminated.
I'm just going to go to State Trial Exhibit 111A. And I'm going to open the folder, State Police 502I, Lab Submission 53, and display the photograph, Lab 53S3-1. Now, with respect to Lab Submission 53, S3-1. The results are found in your supplemental report number 12, Ms. Maydell. This was identified as a human hair by Ms. Valonis. And can you just indicate to the jury what type of testing you did on this and what the results were?
Sure. I attempted to obtain a nuclear DNA profile, was not able to, so I then processed mitochondrial DNA on the shaft. And I generated not a full mitochondrial DNA profile, a partial. And the mitochondrial DNA sequence obtained from item 53S3-1 and number 45, which is the known from Fotis Dulos, are the same. Therefore, Fotis Dulos, or another member of the same maternal lineage, cannot be excluded as the source of the item 53S3-01. So then I searched the database of that partial profile to see how frequent that profile is seen. In the African American population, you would expect to see it more than 0.12%, Caucasian 0.11%, and the Hispanic 0.12%. All other knowns were excluded as being the possible source of that mitochondrial DNA sequence.
In that same state trial exhibit 111A, I'm opening the folder, lab submission 55. And I'm going to publish paragraph 9 of the stipulation. State Police Exhibit 502J, seized from Hartford by Sergeant Kevin Duggan on May 31st, 2019, and identified as one red and black bent broom/mop handle with blood-like substance on the black handle, contained within State Police Exhibit 502, seized from scene, corner of Albany Avenue and Green Street, Hartford, Connecticut, was subsequently submitted to the Division of Scientific Services and designated as submission 55. I'd like to begin talking to you about swabbings that were taken of this particular item, specifically 55S2, which was reddish-brown deposits inside of the broken end. And I'm just going to zoom in here to the upper left-hand corner of this image. What were the results?
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 55S2, originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, the DNA profile from item 55S2 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush than if it originated from an unknown individual. And all other knowns are eliminated.
And then with respect to 55S3, which was identified as a reddish-brown stain on black cap, 55S4, identified as a reddish-brown stain near broken end, and 55S5, swabbing of metal portion of handle. Were those results identical?
Yes, they were.
I'm just jumping back to State Trial Exhibit 109. For the first several of the next results, Ms. Maydell, for your benefit, DNA reports 4, 9, and 18, and I'll let you know when we jump ahead. Judge, stipulated between the parties, 502K was the 4 pieces of black garbage bag seized from Hartford and given lab submission number 88. And I'm just going to open the folder, lab submission 88, and the subfolder 88-1. Displaying the photograph 88-1S1. This was identified as swabbing of black duct tape, non-adhesive side. What were the results?
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 88-1S1 originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, the DNA profile from item 88-1S1 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush than if it originated from an unknown individual. All other knowns are eliminated.
Displaying photograph lab 88.1S2. This was identified as swabbing from tangle of black tape, non-adhesive side. What were the results?
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 88-1S2 being a mixture of two contributors. Assuming two contributors, the DNA profile from item 88-1S2 is at least 3.9 million times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush and one unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown individuals. Fotis Dulos is eliminated as a contributor to the DNA profile. Assuming two contributors, given the low likelihood ratios calculated, the results are inconclusive as to whether Michelle Troconis could be a contributor to the DNA profile from 88-1S2.
And can I actually ask you a follow-up question to that? That was under the original DNA kit, is that correct?
This was the Fusion 6C kit, correct?
But you used Global Filer in 2023, is that correct?
For the known, correct.
And so in 2023, the defendant, when you analyzed the profile again, she was actually eliminated as being a contributor to this particular profile. Is that correct?
Let me just double check.
Sure.
That is correct. The results do not support the hypothesis that Michelle Troconis is a contributor to this profile. Assuming two contributors, Michelle Troconis is eliminated as a contributor to the Fusion 6C DNA profile.
Can you just explain to the jury again how it is that she went from being inconclusive under the first kit to eliminated under the second kit?
Well, when we did our comparison, we lost those two testing sites with information. So she went from having a little bit more information to put her in the inconclusive range to not having that information, so it eliminated her.
And then with respect to the children on this particular swabbing? And that's in DNA sub 9.
Given the low likelihood ratios calculated, the results are inconclusive as to whether Petros, Christiane, C. Noel, or Theodore could be contributors to the profile from DNA profile from item 88-1S2. Assuming two contributors, the DNA profile from item 88-1S2 is at least 12,000 times more likely to occur if it originated from Constantine Dulos and one unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown individuals. And Lauren and Pavel are eliminated.
Displaying lab 88-1S3, which was identified as a reddish-brown stain exterior of non-damaged plastic bag. And this is in DNA sub 4. What were the results?
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 88-1S3 originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, the DNA profile from 88-1S3 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush than if it originated from an unknown individual. And all other knowns are eliminated.
And then lab 88-1S4, I'm displaying that photograph. This was identified as reddish-brown staining interior of damaged plastic bag. What were the results?
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 88-1S4 being a mixture of two contributors. Assuming two contributors, the DNA profile from item 88-1S4 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush and one unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown individuals. The results do not support the hypothesis that Fotis Dulos is a contributor to this profile. Assuming two contributors, Fotis Dulos is eliminated as a contributor to this profile from 88-1S4. Michelle Troconis is eliminated as a contributor to this profile.
And then with respect to the children,
Given the low likelihood ratios calculated, the results of all 5 children are inconclusive, and Lauren and Pavel are eliminated.
displaying photograph Lab 88.1S6. Lab 88-1S6 was identified as a swabbing from exterior opening of non-damaged plastic bag. And this is in DNA supplemental report number 5, 10, and 18 for your benefit, Ms. Maydell.
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 88-1S6 being a mixture of 4 contributors, with at least one of them being male. Assuming 4 contributors, the DNA profile from item 88-1S6 is 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush and 3 unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unknown individuals. The results do not support the hypothesis that Fotis Dulos is a contributor to this profile. Assuming 4 contributors, Fotis Dulos is eliminated as a contributor to item 88-1S1. Assuming 4 contributors, given the low likelihood ratios calculated, the results are inconclusive as to whether Michelle Troconis could be a contributor to the DNA profile from item 88-1S6.
And the Dulos children, Lauren Almeida and Pavel Gumieni, were eliminated. Is that correct?
Number 10. The results do not support the hypothesis that the 5 Dulos children are contributors. They are eliminated, and Lauren and Pablo are also eliminated.
And 88-1S7, which was identified as swabbing from exterior opening of damaged plastic bag. You did not develop a profile on that particular swabbing, correct?
Correct. No nuclear DNA profile was detected.
And with respect to just going to jump back to State Trial Exhibit 111A, Lab Submission Folder 88, Subfolder 88-1. There was a yellow and green sponge located within Submission 88-1. And there were swabbings taken of that. And I'm just going to display Lab 88.1.1S1. What were the results of the swabbing Lab 88-1-1S1? And that's in DNA Sup 4. I believe no profile was obtained, is that correct?
88-1-1S1?
That's correct.
Correct. No DNA profile was obtained.
I can't remember if I asked you this earlier, but how is it possible that a profile was not obtained?
There's just not enough DNA there to be detected in our system.
Okay. And then there was also a human hair removed from that sponge. I'm displaying a photograph entitled Lab 88.1.1S2 and directing your attention to DNA supplemental report number 12. Can you just indicate to the jury what type of testing you did on this hair and what the results were?
Again, I attempted to get nuclear DNA profile from this hair and I did not. So then I tested it for mitochondrial DNA and obtained a full mitochondrial DNA profile. And in comparing the mitochondrial DNA profile from 88-1-1s2-01 and the known from 94, submission number 94, which is Pavel's known, are the same. Therefore, Pavel Gumini or another member of the same maternal lineage cannot be excluded as the source of item 88-1-1s2-01. So searching the database of that profile, I would not expect to see this profile in more than 0.12% in the African American population, 0.36% in the Caucasian, 0.12% in the Hispanic, 0.46% in the Asian, or 0.46% in the Native American populations. All other knowns were excluded as being the possible source of that mitochondrial DNA sequence.
Just jumping back to State Trial Exhibit 109. And lab submission number 88, folder 88-1. And I'm going to display the photograph, lab 88.1.2S1. There was a black plastic garbage bag that was folded and found with inside 88-1, and the swabbing 88-1-2S1 was identified as a brownish stain from the exterior. What were the results of that? And this is in 4, 9, and 18.
(88-2S1) did not generate a nuclear DNA profile.
I'm sorry, 88-1-2S1.
1-2S1, sorry.
That's okay.
1-2S1.
DNA sub 4.
Yes. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from 88-1-2S1 originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, the DNA profile from item 88-1-2S1 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush than if it originated from an unknown individual, while other knowns are eliminated.
I'm just going to go to subfolder 88-2. 88-2 was identified as one black plastic garbage bag. And there were swabbings taken of this as well. And for your benefit, Ms. Maydell, this is in 4, 9, and 18. Just beginning with 88-2S1, which was identified as a swabbing of latent print partially outlined exterior. Would it be fair to say that no profile was developed from that particular swabbing?
That is correct.
With respect to 88-2S2, which was identified as a reddish-brown stain exterior, what were the results?
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 88-2S2 originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, the DNA profile from item 88-2S2 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush than if it originated from an unknown individual, and all other knowns are eliminated.
And 88-2S3 was identified as a brownish stain on the exterior.
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 88-2S3 originating from a single individual. assuming one individual, the DNA profile from item 88-2S3 is at least 880,000 times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush than if it originated from an unknown individual. Fotis Dulos and Michelle Troconis are eliminated as the source of the DNA profile from 88-2S3.
And 88-2S4 was identified as swabbing of brownish stain exterior. That was actually identified as belonging to a member of the Scientific Services Laboratory. Is that correct?
That is correct. And if I can just say for 88-2S3, all other knowns were eliminated too.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay. I didn't get to that. But yes, 88-2S4 had laboratory staff contamination, so there's no comparisons for that.
And is everyone that works at the laboratory required to submit a DNA sample, or what does that look like?
Yes, we have what we call a staff index. So when all of our DNA profiles are completed in analysis, before we write a report or do any comparisons, we search all those profiles from the evidence against our staff index to make sure that no contamination occurred.
Okay. And so in this particular instance, contamination was noted, so no additional comparison was done, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And with respect to 88-2S5, which was identified as a reddish-brown stain from garbage bag exterior, what were the results of that?
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 88-2S5 originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, the DNA profile from 88-2S5 is at least 6.5 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush than if it originated from an unknown individual, and all other knowns are eliminated.
And with respect to 88-2S6, which was identified as swabbing from opening exterior,
the results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 88-2S6 originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, the DNA profile from item 88-2S6 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush than if it originated from an unknown individual. All other knowns are eliminated.
and displaying the photograph entitled Lab 88-2S7, identified as a swabbing of a reddish-brown stain interior. No profile was developed from this particular swabbing. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And displaying the photograph Lab 88-2S8. This was identified as reddish-brown stain interior. What were the results of this analysis?
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 88-2S8 originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, the DNA profile from item 88-2S8 is at least 1.9 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush than if it originated from an unknown individual, and all other knowns are eliminated.
Just going to publish the stipulation, Your Honor, paragraph 11. State Police Exhibit 502S, seized from Hartford by Sergeant Kevin Duggan on May 31st, 2019, and identified as one metal scraper with a broken blade, contained within State Police Exhibit 502, seized from the scene, corner of Albany Avenue and Green Street, Hartford, Connecticut, was subsequently submitted to the Division of Scientific Services and designated as Submission 40. I'm going to open up the folder for Submission 40 and display the photograph entitled Lab 40S1 and 40S2. I want to direct your attention now. This can be found in DNA reports 2, 9, and 18 for your benefit. So with respect to swabbing 40S1, which was identified as a swabbing of blade and blade holder, could you indicate to the jury what the results of your analysis were?
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 40S1 being a mixture of two contributors. Assuming two contributors, the DNA profile from item 40S1 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush and one known individual than if it originated from two unknown individuals. Fotis Dulos and Michelle Troconis are eliminated as contributors to 40S1.
And would it be fair to say that the children, Lauren Almeida and Pavel Gumieni, were eliminated as well?
That is correct, yes.
And with respect to 40S2, which was identified as swabbing of tool, what was the results of your DNA analysis?
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 40S2, originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, the DNA profile from item 40S2 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush than if it originated from an unknown individual, and all other knowns are eliminated.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 104, which is a stipulation, specifically paragraph 3, and this is the stipulation with respect to the Toyota Tacoma. Paragraph 3, State Police Exhibit 207, seized from the Toyota Tacoma by Detective Matthew Riley on June 11, 2019, and identified as one cutting of upholstery fabric with blood-like stain, KN positive, seized from the scene, seatback, was subsequently submitted to the Division of Scientific Services and designated as Submission 86. And I'm going to open up State Trial Exhibit 93. There's a subfolder entitled Tacoma for Court. And I'm going to display photograph 18. And Ms. Maydell, for your benefit, this can be found in DNA reports 3, 9, and 18. 86S1, which was identified as a swabbing of cutting of upholstery-like fabric. Could you indicate to the jury what the results were?
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from 86S1 originating from a single female individual. Assuming one individual, the DNA profile from item 86S1 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush than if it originated from an unknown individual. And all other knowns are eliminated.
Sorry, I'm just waiting for it to buffer. I'm just going to read the stipulation. This is paragraph 4 from State's 104. State Police Exhibit 208, seized from the Toyota Tacoma by Detective Matthew Riley on June 11, 2019, and identified as 2 swabs seized from the scene, front plate screws, and surrounding areas, was subsequently submitted to the Division of Scientific Services and designated as Submission 90, and I'm displaying photograph 1 in that same subfolder, Tacoma for Court. Directing your attention to DNA Supplemental Report number 4, 90S1, identified as envelope with 2 swabs from front plate screws and surrounding area. Were you able to generate a DNA profile on those screws?
I did not.
If I could just have one moment, Your Honor. I'm displaying photograph 8. I'm just going to read the stipulation. This is paragraph 1. State Police Exhibit 203, seized from the Toyota Tacoma by Detective Matthew Riley on June 11, 2019, and identified as 2 swabs of blood-like stain, KM positive, seized from scene, interior side of left door, was subsequently submitted to the Division of Scientific Services and designated as submission 84. And this is found in DNA sub 2. 84S1 was identified as 2 swabs of that blood-like stain. Were you able to generate a profile?
You said 84S1?
Yes.
No, DNA profile was generated.
Just going to read that stipulation, paragraph 2. State Police Exhibit 206, seized from the Toyota Tacoma by Detective Matthew Riley on June 11, 2019, and identified as 2 swabs of blood-like stain, KM negative, seized from the scene, interior side of right door, was subsequently submitted to the Division of Scientific Services and designated as submission 85. Were you able to generate a profile on those 2 swabbings? 85S1?
I did not. No DNA profile was detected.
Just going to jump back to State Trial Exhibit 109, the lab submission 97 folder, and read paragraph 5 of the stipulation. State Police Exhibit 323, seized from the Toyota Tacoma by Detective Matthew Riley on June 26, 2019, and identified as 1 Connecticut registration plate 6617CN with 2 screws, CA/DP process, seized from the scene front, was subsequently submitted to the Division of Scientific Services and designated as submission 97. And I'm displaying a photograph entitled Lab 97.1S1. Ms. Maydell, with respect to those particular swabbings, were you able to generate a profile?
Sorry, what DNA report is that?
Oh, certainly. It's DNA supplemental report number 6.
There was 2 different items that I tested, 97.1S1 and 97.2S1, and both did not generate a DNA profile.
And 2S1 was identified as 1 envelope with 2 screws, correct?
Mine was called swabbing from screws and washers.
Yes. I'm just displaying those screws for the jury. And you were not able to develop a profile on those as well?
Correct.
I'm just going to publish the stipulation again. Paragraph 6, State Police Exhibit 324, seized from the Toyota Tacoma by Detective Matthew Riley on June 26, 2019, and identified as 2 swabs seized from the scene, screw threads in State Police Exhibit 323, was subsequently submitted to the Division of Scientific Services and designated as submission 91. With respect to submission 91, which became 91S1, the 2 swabs that were submitted, were you able to generate a profile? And that's in DNA sub 4.
No, 91S1, there was no DNA profile generated.
Opening the folder entitled Lab Submission 98. I'm going to publish paragraph 7. State Police Exhibit 325, seized from the Toyota Tacoma by Detective Matthew Riley on June 26, 2019, and identified as 1 Connecticut registration plate 6617CN with 2 screws CA/DP processed, seized from the scene rear, was subsequently submitted to Division of Scientific Services and designated as submission 98. And I'm just going to direct your attention now to the swabbing of 98-1 was identified as the license plate, and 98-2 was identified as the 2 screws that came with it. With respect to 98-1S1, what were the results of your DNA analysis?
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 98-1S1 originating from a single individual. The source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush, Fotis Dulos and Michelle Troconis are eliminated as the source of the DNA profile from 98-1S1.
Would it be fair to say that with respect to 98-1S1, all of the known profiles that you examined were eliminated?
Just double check.
And that's in 10 and 18
Yes.
as well.
That is correct. All the knowns are eliminated.
And then with respect to 98-2S1, which was the swabbing of the screws and washers, what was the result of that?
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 98-2S1 originating from a single individual. Due to the limited data detected from 98-2S1, the comparison of the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush is inconclusive. Fotis Dulos and Michelle Troconis are eliminated as the source of the DNA profile from item 98-2S1.
And with respect to the children? And that's in 10.
Sure. Due to the limited data detected from item 98-2S1, the comparison to Petros and Christiane Dulos are inconclusive. Constantine, C. Noel, Theodore, Lauren, and Pavel are all eliminated as the source of the DNA profile from 98-2S1.
Just going to publish that stipulation, paragraph 8. State Police Exhibit 326, seized from the Toyota Tacoma by Detective Matthew Riley on June 26, 2019, and identified as 2 swabs from the scene, screw threads, in State Police Exhibit 325, was subsequently submitted to the Division of Scientific Services and designated as submission 92, and this is found in DNA sub 4, Ms. Maydell. 92S1 was identified as the envelope with those 2 swabs. Is it fair to say you were unable to generate a profile?
That is correct.
Opening submission 99. And displaying the photograph lab 99S5. Paragraph 9 of that stipulation, State Police Exhibit 363, seized from the Toyota Tacoma by Detective Matthew Riley on August 27, 2019, and identified as 1 interior door panel from right door, was subsequently submitted to the Division of Scientific Services and designated as submission 99. With respect to 99S5, which was identified as swabbing from edges of fabric panel and panel area, what were the results of your DNA analysis? And this is in 6 and 18 for your benefit.
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 99S5 being a mixture of 3 contributors. The results do not support the hypothesis that the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush is a contributor. Assuming 3 contributors, the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush is eliminated as a contributor to the DNA profile from item 99S5. The results also do not support the hypothesis that Fotis Dulos or Michelle Troconis are contributors to this profile. Fotis Dulos and Michelle Troconis are eliminated.
And were there any results with respect to the children?
Petros, Constantine, and Christiane, and Pavel are eliminated as contributors to the DNA profile from item 99S5. Assuming 3 contributors, given the low likelihood ratios calculated, the results are inconclusive whether C. Noel Dulos could be a contributor to the DNA profile from item 99S5. And the results do not support the hypothesis that Lauren, Almeida, or Theodore Dulos are contributors to this profile. Assuming 3 contributors, Lauren, Almeida, and Theodore Dulos are eliminated to the DNA profile from 99S5.
And now I'm going to display lab 99S6 through 99S8. (99S6) identified as swabbing from panel handle attachment area. 99S7 swabbing from panel handle area. 99S8 swabbing from panel openings for plastic cup and edges of plastic cups. 99S9 swabbing from panel opening for speaker and edges of speaker. And this is found in DNA supplemental report number 6. You were not able to generate a profile for any of those?
That is correct.
Ms. Maydell, would you expect that with a work truck that is used fairly frequently that there would be some DNA on a door handle?
Objection, speculation, and lack of foundation.
Sustained.
With respect to 99S11, which was identified as swabbing from handle, you did not generate a profile for that either, correct?
That is correct.
And jumping to State Trial Exhibit 111A, the submission 99S14, just displaying that photograph within that folder. This was identified as a human hair by Ms. DeLunas, coming from that particular submission. And I'll direct your attention to DNA Sup 12. Did you perform any analysis?
Yes, I attempted nuclear DNA and mitochondrial DNA testing on the hair root and the hair shaft and did not generate a profile for either.
And with respect to 99S15, which was identified as swabbing from fabric area, what were the results?
No profile, my nuclear DNA profile was generated.
I'm going to stay within State Trial Exhibit 111A and open the Laboratory Submission 100 folder. And I'm just going to publish that stipulation, paragraph 10. State Police Exhibit 364, seized from the Toyota Tacoma by Detective Matthew Riley on August 27, 2019, and identified as carpeting cut from right floor, was subsequently submitted to the Division of Scientific Services and designated as Submission 100. And within this folder, I'm going to pull up the photograph entitled Lab 100.1S1 and 100.1S2. specifically the swabbing of 100-1S1, brownish staining located on top side. Were you able to generate a profile?
No, no DNA profile was obtained.
And with respect to 100-1S2, which was identified as brownish staining located on top side, were you able to generate a profile?
Yes. The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 100-1S2 being a mixture of 3 contributors with at least one of them being male. The results do not support the hypothesis that the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush is a contributor. Assuming 3 contributors, the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush is eliminated as a contributor to the DNA profile from 100-1S2. The results do not support the hypothesis that Fotis Dulos or Michelle Troconis are contributors to this profile. They are eliminated.
Ms. Medell, I want you to assume the following facts are true. I want you to assume that on May 29th, 2019, the Toyota Tacoma belonging to Pavel Gumayeni was detailed at a car wash. How, if at all, could a car being detailed impact potential DNA evidence found in the car?
Well, as of any wiping or cleaning that we talked about before, that can remove any DNA that may be left behind or any biological material.
And could that also potentially prevent DNA profiles from being generated on objects tested?
Correct. We wouldn't have enough DNA to be detected, therefore would not generate a profile. I need to finish the conclusions for 101S2.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go
That's
ahead.
okay. Assuming 3 contributors for the DNA profile from item 101S2 is at least 100 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Pavel Gumayeni and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals. The Dulos children and Lauren Almeida are eliminated.
Judge, I have what has been identified as State Exhibit 122. It's a stipulation between the parties. I would just move it into evidence formally with the court.
Do you wish to publish it?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
122,
Yes, sir.
states 122 admitted as full.
This is a stipulation regarding evidence seized from Fotis Dulos' 2015 Chevrolet Suburban and submitted to the Division of Scientific Services. Paragraph 1, State Police Exhibit 144, seized from Fotis Dulos' 2015 Chevrolet Suburban by Detective Matthew Riley on May 31st, 2019, and identified as 1 swab of a blood-like stain, KM positive, seized from the scene from State Police Exhibit 123, left side of WeatherTech floor liner, rear cargo area, was subsequently submitted to the Division of Scientific Services and designated as submission 42. This can be found in your very first DNA report. Could you just indicate what the results were?
The results are consistent with the DNA profile from item 42S1 being a mixture of 3 contributors with at least one of them being male. The results do not support the hypothesis that the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush is a contributor. Assuming 3 contributors, the source of the DNA profile from the swabbing of the electric toothbrush is eliminated.
And then I believe it's also
Number 9.
ES and 18 as well, and perhaps also SUP 1.
Okay. Yes. Assuming 3 contributors, the DNA profile from item 42S1 is at least 41 million times more likely to occur if it originated from Fotis Dulos and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals. Michelle Troconis is eliminated as a contributor to 42S1. Assuming 3 contributors, given the low likelihood ratios calculated, the results are inconclusive as to whether Petros, Constantine, Christiane, C. Noel, or Theodore could be a contributor to the DNA profile from 42S1. Lauren and Pavel are eliminated as contributors.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm just going to return exhibits 122, 103, and 104 to the clerk. I don't have anything additional, Your Honor.
Thank you. Attorney Schoenhorn.
I'm just going to need a minute to organize here. Just have a moment. Is it afternoon? It is. Good afternoon again, Ms. Medell.
Good afternoon.
Looks like you were someplace sunny since the last time you were here.
Yes.
You went through a lot of stuff today, and I'm not going to ask you about any of it, but I wanted to ask you specifically about the exterior of the black garbage bags that we've talked about a lot, 88 dash, and then we have 1, 2, 3, et cetera. You know which ones I'm talking about if you want to pull out that.
Yes. You know
report.
which report it was? Or I could try and find it.
I do, but I would have to
I
go.
think, are you referring to 883S7?
Yes.
The number, supplemental DNA report 5.
Okay. So I'm actually back up a step. So when you received this item, these were 2 garbage bags, 88 that had been separated. Is that correct? 88-1 and 88-3 were 2 garbage bags that originally had been sort of connected together.
I never saw the garbage bags, so the FP people examine all those garbage bags and they do the swabbings for DNA, and they put those swabbings or cuttings into a little tube and put them into a secure location for storage until I'm ready to go do my DNA testing. So I don't actually see those parent items.
Certain images were put up on the screen during your testimony, correct, today?
Sure, but I didn't turn around and look at them.
All right. So fair to say that you didn't see any of the items that Mr. McGinnis was displaying on the screen while you were doing your testing. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
As I understand it, the swab of 88-3S7, and I sort of was from the edge, so shall we say the exterior edge of the garbage bag, correct?
My description is the swabbing of bag opening and separate bag portion.
Okay, but when we're talking about the opening, you're talking about the place where you would open a garbage bag to put stuff in, correct?
I would say that's correct from the description.
And the image that was displayed at the time was written, it said exterior. Would that be fair to say that the swab was from the exterior of that opening of the bag?
I can't say that because I didn't take the swabbing, and that's not in my description.
In any event, you used at the time the Fusion 6C program in order, or the kit in order to obtain a DNA profile or profiles from that swab, correct?
That is correct, yes.
In order to do that, you actually you determine from the swab after you put it into a tube, right? You make it into a liquid, correct?
Yes, create a DNA extract.
And you actually, from that, are able, from the Fusion 6C kit, to determine the weight, or shall we say quantity, of that sample, correct?
No, it's actually before that step. The Fusion 6C step is when we're actually making the copies of the DNA. That second step, called quantification, is when we determined how much DNA we think we have, and then we use that Fusion 6C kit to make make more copies of it.
Okay, so as I think you explained, when you talk about making copies, it's almost like you're taking a tiny actual sample, and you're making like photocopies of it, only it's not really photocopies. It just multiplies the DNA into a larger quantity. Is that correct?
Yes, hoping we can detect DNA profile.
But when we're talking about a quantity, it comes in nanograms and picograms, correct?
That is correct. When we do the quantification, it tells us how many nanograms or picograms we have of that sample from that DNA extract from the swab.
And that is indicated in a Fusion 6C PowerPlex chart that comes out, correct?
I'm not necessarily the nanograms or the picograms. That's in the quantifier report. The electropharogram that's at the end is represented by a series of peaks.
It's my understanding that ideally, at least in 2019, the quantity of sample that you would prefer to be able to do a profile would be at least half a nanogram, 0.500 picograms, correct?
0.500 is 500 picograms or a half a nanogram, and that was our target. That's what we target if we have enough DNA. That's the amount that we want, that we're pretty sure we would get a full DNA profile, yes.
But if you had less than that, you would still try to produce a profile, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Your lab, even in 2019, was sophisticated enough so that it could at least obtain a partial profile down to, I forget the number, but quite a lot less than the 500 picograms, correct?
Yes, that is correct. We can get a partial profile from a lot less.
Right. So, could I have
These are from the lab. Thank you for your objection. I don't have an objection to this. I haven't seen John's. Perhaps only got 3 pictures.
but I'll also, we can do it the other way too. All right. So I understand that with regard to Exhibit D, there's no objection.
What was
Defense.
What was the exhibit?
V
V as in Victor. No problem. No objection.
Defense, V as in Victor, admitted as false.
This is mine.
All right, I'm going to show you, I guess if I could have. We could get the monitor turned on, please. All right, so you recognize this as an amplification worksheet?
Yes, that is correct.
And if we look at the number 1, there's more than one of the samples that you talked about today, correct?
Correct. There's 3 different swabbings listed there with the controls.
Oh, when you,
Sorry, there's 3 separate.
let me do this. There is a separate microphone if I can at least maybe
along with 883S7, there was 2 other swabbings amplified at the same time with their controls.
And so that we're talking about the same thing. This is the 3S7 one I just asked you about, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And if we go across, the NG stands for nanograms, correct, of DNA, right?
Correct, yes.
And the amount that's listed just below that is 0.42, correct?
Correct. So that's 420 picograms or 0.42 nanograms.
That was the total sample that was in the, that was the total quantity in the sample that you tested, correct?
Approximately the amount of, yes, DNA that I was amplifying.
And even though that was slightly less than the 500, well, let's do a little math, and I'll do that a little bit later, but there are 1,000 picograms in 1 nanogram, right?
Yes.
And to remind us from the last time I asked you this, a picogram is a trillionth of a gram, right?
Correct, yes.
So this would be 420 trillionths of a gram of DNA that you used, right?
Well, if 1 picogram is a trillionth.
Or is it, yeah. Because these are nanograms, well, I guess.
But it's 420 picograms, so it wouldn't be 400 trillionth of a gram.
Well, it's
a lot less than a gram.
yes, right. But it's also a lot less than a nanogram, right? It's less than half of a nanogram.
Yes, because a half a nanogram would be 0.5.
Okay, all right, fair enough. So you were able to, by using this profile, you were able to run a star mix deconvolution program report on this sample, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm going to then show you a page from the, well, before I even show you the next thing, the deconvolution report will take the sample and it will run the program and create probabilities based on the input that you put in, correct?
I give it the DNA profile that is generated, and then it generates a likelihood ratio when you make a comparison, correct?
In this particular case, you, after using, you called it electrophoresis. That's the program that you run to look at peaks and valleys to determine how many contributors you believe are involved in a particular sample, correct?
Well, the electrophoresis is actually separating those DNA types, and then I look at the profile to determine how many contributors I believe it is.
Okay, and in this particular sample, according to your testimony, you believe there were 4 different people, 4 different DNA sources for this particular sample, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And the one below it, I'll just note, was even smaller a sample, right? The 0.33 was from 881S6, correct?
Yes, that was the highest we could get to, yes.
And that's the one where you said that any comparison to the DNA profile of my client was inconclusive, correct?
I'd have to refresh my recollection.
Sure. Would you like to do that?
Sure.
With what? That's 1S6.
881S6. Yes, in supplemental DNA report 5, the likelihood ratios calculator make it inconclusive.
An inconclusive mean there wasn't enough sample for you to make any either a exclusion or to even make it be a partial inclusion, correct?
Not necessarily enough sample, but when we generated our likelihood ratio, it fell above our elimination, but fell below what we deem a positive association. So we say it's inconclusive. We
And
can't.
so you make no opinion about it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And incidentally, the lab switched from this Fusion 6C to Global Filer in what year?
The end of 2019, beginning of 2020.
So at that point, the lab decided to use Global Filer because it was what, more sophisticated, that program?
No, it was because we were switching vendors and the machines at the same time, so they just switched vendors.
But in any event, you explained why they test for less loci on a DNA strand, but the outcome showed a lower probability likelihood ratio after you reran Michelle Troconis's DNA in 2023, correct?
That is correct because I had 2 less sites for the comparison.
Right, it went down to 250,000 to 1 as a likelihood, correct?
That was a likelihood ratio, yes.
Assuming 4 contributors and 3 unknowns, right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you, I'm going to pull up a page from the deconvolution report. And before I do that, the deconvolution report also estimates the percentages of the 4 contributors to a mixture, correct?
Yes.
So I'm going to put up, I think it's marked as deconvolution. All right, could you zoom in on the bottom part, please? Well, let's start at the top here. This is from your 2019 STR mix report, correct?
Yes.
And this is their logo showing an untangling of a bunch of string up in the corner, correct?
Sure, yes.
All right. And again, so that the jury will understand what we're looking at here, this shows that the file was 88-3S7, correct?
Yes.
That's the same number throughout. If anything that you testified about regarding this sample, it'll show 88-3S7, correct?
Correct.
And then and below that, it talks about the known contributor, and it's got the number 45-2G1. And for the juror's edification, you've already explained this, 45 is the sample that was assigned to the known profile of Michelle Troconis, right?
I believe 45 was Fotis Dulos. 47 was Troconis? Let me just make sure. Yes, 45 is Fotis Dulos and 47 is Michelle Troconis.
All right. So this report you ran against Fotis Dulos's as a known contributor, correct?
Yes.
And if you go down to the bottom, all right, so when you ran this amount, it showed that 50% of the sample, right, according to Star Mix, was Fotis Dulos's, correct?
Well, yes, it approximates how much each contributor is contributing to that profile before you make a comparison. It deconvolutes the whole profile and gives you the weights for those 4 people that I told it was. And then when you do the comparison with the known, it then tries to see by its already deconvoluted parts if the known matches to any of what the best explanations are.
Okay. Well, what I want you to do is when you look at the proportions of 1, 2, 3, and 4, when you ran it against unknowns, correct?
Well, you only run it against the one known at a time.
Okay, well, that's what I was trying to get at. And in this particular case, the third, shall we say, the third highest contribution, or the third lowest, if you will, was 5%, correct?
The third contributor is contributing approximately 5% of the DNA profile, correct?
5% of 100%, correct?
Correct.
And then the fourth person was 3%, right?
Approximately, yes.
Okay, so if we would go to the LR47 report. Right. So this is a report that was written, that was part of a deconvolution report and likelihood ratio from August of 2019, correct?
Correct.
And this is a report you ran using Star Mix, correct? STR Mix.
Correct.
And in this particular sample, you used 47 as the known contributor, correct?
Correct.
And again, you only run one at a time, as you said, correct?
Correct.
So if you would just go down to the lower part of this, okay? And so in this, it shows the location within the 4 profiles, separate DNA profiles, for the known sample of Michelle Troconis, correct?
Yes, it fits her to contributor number 3.
Right. And in that case, that would be a 5% of the total. Is that right?
Approximately, yes.
And then you reran this, as I think you indicated, in 2023. So if you would pull up 147, 2023, please. Okay, so up at the top, you ran this again in November of 2023, right?
Correct, after I redid the known with Global Filer.
Right. So let me also just indicate, you were given a newer, a more recent DNA sample of my client, correct?
Correct.
Now, her DNA didn't change in the 4 years since it was originally provided, did it?
No, of course not.
Okay. So when you go down to the bottom, it still came out third, correct, in 2023, correct?
Correct, yes.
And as I understand this, the first time you ran it using the Fusion 6C, it was in 2019. It was, the results were cannot be eliminated, correct? That's what you called it, right?
Yes, because that was the terminology we were using at the time.
And then now you use the terminology consistent with source, correct?
Consistent with the contributor for a mixture.
All right. But in any event, it was still only a partial DNA that you were comparing my client's known DNA against, correct? A partial profile, right?
Correct. Her full profile wasn't detected in this 4-person mixture.
Right. So if we do this, the math, if you started with 420 picograms, right? If you'd go back to the deconvolution report, second one, and then zoom in at the percentages here, right there. All right. So if we assume there was a total of 420 picograms, right? That means 50% of the sample belonged, in this case, to Mr. Dulos, correct?
Approximately, yes.
And when you swiped, excuse me, you didn't actually do the swiping for the sample in this case, correct?
You mean the swabbing of the bag?
The swabbing,
I did not know.
right? Someone else ran it somewhere along the exterior edge of that bag, correct?
From the description, it was the opening of the bag, yes.
Okay. And if I look at them, I'm not going to do the 42% is the next one, but if we go down to 5%, so 10% of 420 picograms would be 42 picograms, correct?
Correct.
And 5% of 420 picograms would be 21 picograms, correct?
Correct.
The last time we were here, I believe you estimated that approximately one human skin cell has a little more than 6 picograms, correct?
Correct, I agree with that.
So maybe 6.5, does that sound about right?
Yes, somewhere around 6.
So if I'm to do the math correctly, there were 3 human skin cells that may have contributed to this front that could not be eliminated from Ms. Troconis's profile, correct?
Approximately, that's, yes, a fair statement.
3 skin cells, right?
Approximately.
Right. So that would be
Yes,
21 trillionths of a gram of DNA, right?
Well, Judge, I'm just going to object at this point. I don't think it's relevant because there's no indication that this DNA actually came from skin cells. So to make the leap that this is actually skin cell DNA, I think is a bridge too far at this point.
Well, the court heard the testimony of the witness that 6.5, 21 divided by 6.5 is approximately 3. So there's redirect examination for clarification, but the objection is overruled.
That's correct, right?
Well, yes, I could say that approximately 3 skin cells would make 21 picograms in this sample, but again, it is true that I can't say that the DNA on this bag came from skin cells. It could have been another form of DNA.
Right, but all cells that you use are basically, and human cells are the same size, correct?
Correct.
So it doesn't even matter if she sneezed, it's still only 3 cells, right?
Approximately, yes.
But when this was tested, it came to you as touch DNA, didn't it?
That's how the forensic biology described it in their paperwork.
And you
I don't have that in front of me.
Right, but if that's how they describe it, you don't change it when you get it, right? Unless you test for some kind of different substance, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I just tested.
Well, Attorney Schoenhorn, it's about 2 minutes before 1.
Yep.
Since an exhibit may be displayed, perhaps we should do that after the luncheon recess.
That'll be fine, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we stand in our luncheon recess. We resume at 2 o'clock. Please do not discuss the case.
Rise. This honorable Superior Court is now open back to session. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Judge, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just before we bring in the jury, I just wanted to be heard on one matter.
Yes.
Attorney Schoenhorn, just before the break, provided me with a disc. I believe it is defense W is in whiskey, and I had an opportunity to review it at the break, and I wanted to be heard on two quick things. One is that there are two, for lack of a better term, conversion scales on this particular disc. One of which is entitled DNA Sample on CSP Exhibit 502, Black Trash Bag. Now, I indicated to Attorney Schoenhorn that I believe that that title was misleading because there were 7 separate swabs taken of that particular trash bag, or 6 separate swabs that were taken of that particular trash bag. And this conversion scale only deals with swab 883S7. So Attorney Schoenhorn indicated to me that he would alert the members through the witness that, in fact, this only pertains to 883S7 and not the other swabbings that were done on that particular bag. So with that caveat, I don't have an objection. But however, with respect to the other conversion scale, I'll just show the court here. There's a conversion from 1 gram to ounces and a conversion from 1,000 milligrams to 1 gram. And I had an opportunity to speak with Ms. Maydell at lunch, and she indicates that the laboratory does not do those types of conversions. They do not use those types of measurements when they're doing their analysis. So my objection is essentially to relevance at this point, because if the laboratory doesn't do that type of measurement or conversion, then I don't see how it's at all relevant to the testimony. It seems to me to be argument to the jury that this is such a small amount of DNA and they're trying to make it relatable to the jury, but I don't think that that's appropriate with such scientific evidence. So I do have an objection to those 2 particular line items. There's 2 additional line items in which the laboratory actually does do the conversion. I have no objection to those.
Your Honor, Your Honor just has to, if you would put up that metric one, please. This is 6th grade math. How many milligrams in a gram? How many nanograms in a milligram? This is what I'm planning on offering. The court could take judicial notice of this. Whether the lab does this or not, it's just to illustrate what we're talking about. You start with a gram and how much that is equals an ounce, but then there's 1,000 milligrams in 1 gram. There's 1,000,000 nanograms in 1 milligram and 1,000 picograms in 1 nanogram. That's how you come up with a trillion grams in 1 trillion picograms in 1 gram. So I'm not sure I understand the objection whether the lab does this or not. This is 6th grade math. So I just want the jury to be able to understand when we're talking about minuscule size. That's solely what this is.
Well, the court understands that what the offer is essentially closing argument. There has been no testimony concerning conversion of picograms and nanograms into the lay terms that are commonly used, ounces or whatever other lay term that's common to society. So there's been no evidence that this expert has even touched on lay explanations in the form of conversions from picograms and nanograms to ounces. That's closing argument.
Well, with all due respect, Your Honor, I shouldn't have to call a math professor or a 6th grade math teacher. I'm asking for a little bit of latitude because the court could take judicial notice. These are undisputed facts of how much is within the next, how many grams are, or how big a gram is compared to an ounce, which the jury would then be able to understand. To suggest, though, but I have to get someone, I'll call the head of the lab. I will have the head of the lab come in here just to talk about these. This isn't even about the case. This is the standard math of how many grams, how many nanograms there are, how many picograms there are in a gram. I don't even see how this is even in dispute. So when to suggest there's been no evidence of it, this is the kind of thing that a court can take judicial notice of, and there'd be no reason not to suggest I have to go now and find a math professor to come and testify and let the jury know how large that is. Just seems to be kind of a waste
Counsel,
of the
if
court's
you are
time.
concerned about the conversion, your cross-examination is open to the following questions. How many picograms are there in an ounce? And you're left with your answer. How many nanograms are there in an ounce? And you're left with your answer. So as far as the relevance objection, that's the same. Those questions are not foreclosed on cross.
All right.
Are we ready for the jury?
So, Judge, just with respect to the disc, I don't know if Attorney Schoenhorn is planning on creating a new disc or perhaps just keeping that for ID and creating a new disc.
We'll keep that particular chart for ID, and I will replace this and remove the metric chart from the, but I would like it at least, what I'm going to do, Your Honor, is I'll replace this disc W with an X, which does not have that particular item on it. But what I'll also do is print a copy of just that one diagram for, make it W-1, so it's just part of the record that it's what I was seeking to put in. So I just have a moment for that before the jury comes out. And for now, I will not show that item to the jury. The rest of it will be admitted then as W.
Yeah, I have no objection to the balance of the disc, Judge.
So defense W, which is the amended
This would be then, this is
conversion chart.
the conversion chart would be only for ID. So that'll be W-1. And then for we will then submit an X. That would be missing that, no microphone. We'll then submit X, Exhibit X, which is not including that document. So therefore, that would be admitted as full. But for
So
now,
what the court will do is admit X when the jury is in.
okay.
Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Marshall, there's no need for the audience to rise when the jury comes in. Counsel stipulate, please.
Yes, Judge.
Before I move on, I'm just going to show you a couple of documents related to what we just talked about before the break, all right? And that would be in Exhibit X. Could you just pull up the item which has the bag, please? Description. All right, so this is just a written version of what we talked about, and I want to clarify that we're talking about Exhibit 502 from the police. This was what you tested as sample 88-3S7, correct?
Correct.
And this includes the material that we talked about, that if a 0.420 nanogram, that equals 420 picograms, correct?
Correct.
And that 5% of 420 is the number is 21 picograms, correct?
Correct.
And that you already indicated is approximately 3 human skin cells, right?
Approximately, yes.
And therefore, to do that math, that would be the equivalent of 21 trillionths of 1 gram, correct?
Correct.
And do you know how many milligrams there are in a gram?
1,000.
And how many nanograms are there in a gram?
1 milli nano. You said nano to gram.
Nano to grams, yeah.
Nano to gram is milli. I'm sorry. I'm
It's all right, I don't want to, can you do nanograms to milligrams?
nanograms to milligrams is 100. 100,000.
Okay. And how many picograms again in 1 nanogram?
Pico and 1 nanogram is 1,000.
1,000 into 1 nanogram.
1,000 picograms, yes.
Okay, so it's pretty small.
Very small, yes.
I also wanted to, you testified before about the fabric cut from the seats that had been provided to you, correct?
Yes.
Now, you didn't do the cutting of the seat yourself, did you?
No.
Someone else did that.
Correct.
And I'm going to, again, show you from Exhibit W, I believe. Now, your initials are over there up on the right above the initials of someone else, correct?
Correct.
Just want to highlight. Those are your initials right there, correct?
Correct.
So you would receive this blood and touch evidence examination worksheet from the biology people, correct?
Correct.
And you recognize the examiner's initials, CMR, that's Christine M. Roy, right?
Yes.
And the description, would you just describe what the description is of the item that you had received?
That she had received.
Yes, that she had received.
Next to submission, it says 86 envelope with parentheses 1 cutting upholstery fabric with BLS. Number 207.
Number 207, right?
Yes.
And then what was the description as as Ms. Roy described it here?
1 cutting of black upholstery type fabric with foam backing, area on black side circled, packaging label, quote, KM positive, luminol positive, end quote.
All right, so if we could go down to the bottom of to the last page of this exhibit for a moment. It's 3 or 4 pages. I just want to, this is the envelope that it came in?
Yes, that is looks like the back side.
All right, you go up 1, please, to the front of the envelope, please. If you'd zoom in a little bit. So is this how it arrived in the laboratory with these markings on it?
Yes, the bottom sticker would be what the PD put on it, and then the top sticker with the DSS number is what we add to that package.
Oh, okay. And so when we're talking about what you just read, the description was on the envelope when it was received, correct?
In evidence receiving, yes.
And that was from Detective Riley from Western District Headquarters, correct? Garage?
Seized by Detective Riley is what it says, yes.
And it says seat back, right?
Yes.
Okay. And up at the top, it was described as a cutting upholstery fabric, correct?
Correct.
And you were shown a picture of a seat before, right? From which the cutting came from, or no?
Again, I didn't look behind me when he put the pictures up.
Okay, so if you would just go back to the first page of this document, and you just go down to the middle part here. So you know that there was a black side of the cutting, right? And there was a notation here. It said no stained noted, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
And although other people have testified to this, it says NT. That means no testing was done, correct?
Correct.
But on the other hand, they developed at least a sample to send to you, 86S1, right?
Well, the no testing was for the KM or OTOL.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. And I just want to be clear, the back side of this cutting, right, mentioned a faint brownish stain, right?
That's what it says, yes.
And it said foam, that was the foam side, right?
Yep.
Now, did you actually have in your possession this cutting from the seat?
No, all I received was the swabbing she did that was designated 86S1.
And in any event, it also indicated that there was no testing and no, what did the NC stand for again?
Not collected.
Nothing was collected. That means from that.
From that back side, the foam side.
But she did a swab and sent it to you, correct?
Correct.
And you did say that there was a finding of DNA that was consistent with, you talk about the toothbrush, but consistent with the DNA of the person that has been identified as Jennifer Dulos, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But you don't know how that DNA was found on that seed, do you?
How that DNA was.
Got on this. Let me rephrase the question. You don't know how that DNA was found on that cutting, do you?
I was going to object, Your Honor, to the form of the question. It's vague.
Well, the court understands the question as, this is how the court understands the question. You don't know how it was deposited.
Yeah, that's a better way to put it.
Yes, that is correct. I do not know how the DNA got into that seed.
And to your knowledge, there was no confirmatory testing done on this swab at all, correct, on this sample?
Correct. From that worksheet right there, no confirmatory tests were done.
So you don't know whether or not the DNA that was deposited came from epidural cells, right?
I do not know where that DNA came from, no.
Or for that matter, whether it was from a fluid source of the person or skin cells, right? You don't know.
That is correct. I do not know.
Now, with regard to the, let me just ask you a couple more questions. And by the way, just because the police identify something as a BLS or a blood-like stain, unless it's testified as being, or at least it's tested for human blood, you're not able to even confirm what the police are calling it, right?
That is correct. Unless a confirmatory test for human blood was done, I can't say that it's actually blood.
Okay. I want to just go back for a second to the your testimony before about the trash bag and your testing of the sample that was 88-3S7. Okay. And when I asked you a little bit a while ago, or maybe it was this morning, you had indicated there were 4 contributors. I'm just going back to recall that, right?
Correct.
You were asked a hypothetical based on assuming whether or not if Ms. Troconis had indicated in an interview that she had held a bag open while Mr. Dulos or someone else deposited items into a garbage bag, would that be consistent with how you might find some DNA cells on the exterior of that bag?
I object, Your Honor. Misstates my hypothetical.
Well, of course, the hypothetical, according to the code, the hypothetical in the first instance has to include facts that have a fair and true relationship to the facts of the case and to each other. Secondly, not misleading. And third, that the hypothetical is not so lacking in essential facts that it is of no value to the jury. As the court remembers, the hypothetical that was posed, it was fairly short on facts. So the court is not able to determine whether it misstates the hypothetical.
If I could just be heard, Your Honor, on that?
Yes.
Attorney Schoenhorn indicated in his paraphrasing of my question that I indicated or someone else deposited something into the bag. I did not say that. So that was my objection, is he's injecting a third person into my hypothetical that did not exist.
Well, if I did, then I misspoke. I don't believe I did, but I will rephrase.
Thank you.
Again, as the preliminary, you recall you were asked a hypothetical about a statement that my client had made to a third party regarding holding a bag, a garbage bag, while Mr. Dulos put something in that bag. Do you recall that hypothetical?
I do, yes.
So I'm just going to add a few facts and ask whether or not this is consistent with that same scenario. Could the small amount of DNA have gotten on the bag if it had been, so for example, the bag had been moved from one room to another?
Well, I'm going to object, Judge.
Well, first, the easiest way for the jury and the court to understand hypothetical if it is in a classical form. In other words, we will ask you to assume certain facts. And then those facts are laid out as they have already come into evidence. And then there are additional facts that now give form to the hypothetical. But a one-question hypothetical is not in the form that this court sees as of value to the jury in making a determination. The whole scenario would have to be set out according to the code, right? And the classical approach to hypotheticals.
Would the assume for a minute that a person took a garbage bag out of a roll, pulled one out, and then used their hand to prevent the next one from being pulled out?
I object, Your Honor. There's no foundation for this hypothetical.
Well, this is not a hypothetical, as the court hears it.
No.
Then the terms were used, assume for a moment, but this does not sound like a hypothetical. This is just simply an opinion about a certain scenario.
And I would just add, Your Honor, my objection on relevance grounds is there is no foundation for this particular assumption.
Well, again, that can be left to redirect examination. The court will overrule the objection.
Again, if you start with what Mr. McGinnis had given an assumption, if a person were to pull a garbage bag out of a roll and put their hand to prevent the next one from pulling out, so you pull off one, would that scenario be consistent with leaving some DNA on the next bag?
If your bare hand is coming in contact with an item, yes, it's possible that you can leave DNA behind.
By the way, did you do any comparison, the DNA profile of Ms. Troconis' daughter?
No, there is no daughter submitted to the lab.
Did you do any testing with regard in comparison with regard to Mr. Troconis' mother?
No.
Would the handling a garbage bag while cleaning inside a house be consistent with depositing some skin cells or some DNA on a garbage bag exterior?
I object, Your Honor. Relevance, no foundation.
Well, the court hears the question as having already been answered through the first opinion given by Ms. Maydell, that if one bag was pulled from the box and another bag was held in the box by one of the subject's digits, could that possibly leave a DNA sample on that second bag? This is simply another scenario concerning how DNA can be deposited. The court is going to allow it. However, the court has already heard the evidence as to how DNA could be deposited, and the jury has already heard, on a bag coming from a box containing garbage bag. The court will allow the question overruled.
Sorry, can you repeat the question? Which scenario is this?
I have to say, could I ask that it be replayed? I forgot my question, I'm sorry. Handling a garbage bag while cleaning inside a house be consistent with depositing some skin cells or some DNA on a garbage bag.
Again, same answer if you're, oh,
Hold on, are you ready?
sorry. Oh, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Same answer if your bare hand comes in contact with an object or item, there's a chance that you could leave some of your DNA or skin cells behind, yes.
And if you place cleaning supplies or even wipes or paper towel inside a bag by holding the neck of it or a portion of it with your hand, put something inside, would that be consistent with distributing some DNA on the exterior neck of that bag?
Judge, I object. Firstly, I think this question has been asked and answered at this point. The concept has been addressed. That's my first objection. My second objection is, again, there is no foundation for these so-called assumptions or hypotheticals that counsel is giving.
Well, this is not a hypothetical. This is the same question, but moving around the house. So at this point, it may be relevant, but under the code, it's now needless presentation of cumulative evidence. On that basis, it's sustained.
You talked about the last time you were here the idea of transfer DNA by you could touch someone's hand, and that could also lead to transference of some amount of DNA onto a third object, correct?
That is possible, but many factors contribute to that, yes.
So just assume for a moment that if Ms. Troconis was in a truck, and a truck with another contributor such as Mr. Dulos touching either the seat or the hand of Mr. Dulos, and then he were to then deposit a garbage bag into a receptacle, would that also be consistent with a manner in which that her DNA could be transferred to the exterior of such bag?
I object, Your Honor. There is no foundation at all for this hypothetical, and counsel is attempting to engage in essentially closing argument to the jury through a lengthy question that bears no factual relationship to the record.
Well, there's already evidence that the defendant and Fotis Dulos were in the Raptor. There's already evidence that bags were deposited in trash receptacles. The hypothetical here in this court's view is sufficient for essentially the jury to make a determination based on the expert's opinion overruled.
So that's an example of secondary transfer, and secondary transfer can occur. Just so many factors contribute to that. We don't know if the person is a shedder. That makes a big difference for that initial transfer of DNA. If you transfer more DNA to someone's hand, then there's a better chance that that DNA will then transfer to that other object. And with each subsequent transfer, you're losing that initial DNA that you started with.
And you sometimes talk about a major and a minor contributor. Would you agree that, looking at the deconvolution report in this case, that the 5% that was deconvoluted to Michelle Troconis would be a minor contributor compared to the, I think, 45 or 50% of Fotis Dulos in that same swab? Excuse me.
Yes, that is accurate.
Excuse me. I want to shift gears and talk a little bit about mitochondrial DNA. And according to what you testified, if I understood it correctly, mitochondrial DNA is found at least in hair roots. Is that correct?
Hair shafts.
Hair shafts.
I mean, it could be found in the root also because it's found in the cell, but not in the nuclear part of the cell. It's found in the cytoplasm, the white part of if you're thinking of an egg. The mitochondrial organelles have the mitochondria within those.
It comes from you called it the maternal lineage, correct?
Maternal line, yes.
And the maternal line means the mother side of the family, right?
Correct, yes.
So it's an X chromosome, but no Y chromosome, right?
No, it's not. The X chromosome is in the nucleus. This is separate. It's the DNA that's in the mitochondria. It's an organelle.
But the DNA, at least to the extent that it's comparable, the DNA in the mitochondrial cell is comparable to what's in a nucleus, only less. Is that a fair statement?
It's not unique to an individual, the DNA in mitochondria.
There are more people that can have that same mitochondrial profile, is what you're saying, correct?
Yes.
And I think you used some percentages, but which I'm not going to go into right now, but I think you said something like, if we're talking about Caucasians, you said it was 0.36% of Caucasians had that particular profile?
I mean, I'd have to refer to my report and which
Sure.
hair you're talking about.
Mhm.
So which hair are you talking about?
88-1-1S2-1.
Yes, in the Caucasian population, I wouldn't expect to see this profile. I would expect to see this profile in 0.36% of the Caucasian population.
So that's 0.36%, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a yes?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. So less than 1%.
Yes.
You tested, and this is a hair that the report showed was found on a green and yellow scrubbing sponge, correct?
I'd have to refer back to the parent item, what 88 is, 88-1-1S2. can't find the parent item in the regular DNA reports.
Try looking at, oh, that's not it.
Yes, it's a sponge. It was removed from a sponge.
12, right, I think, is your report.
For 881, 1S2.
881-1S2-01.
Yes.
Yeah, it came from a green and yellow sponge,
Yes.
correct? And that was the one found inside one of the black garbage bags, correct?
Yes, I believe 88 was a black garbage bag.
Yeah. And it was found, I don't know if your notes indicate this, but there's been testimony, it's found by the latent print examiner, the fingerprint individual who testified inside one of those bags.
I'm not aware of the latent print finding.
Okay. But in any event, you did the hair analysis using the mitochondrial DNA to make a determination, correct?
Yes, I did mitochondrial DNA testing and developed a sequence, yes.
You don't know how that hair got on that scrub green and yellow sponge, do you?
I do not know.
But you indicated that Pavel Gumieni could not be excluded from being the source of that DNA, correct?
Or anybody in his maternal line, yes.
Which means, when you say it could have been his mother,
Yep, mother, siblings,
siblings.
children. Not
Well,
his children, sorry. Not
what'd you
his
say?
children. Nope, his mother or his siblings, yes.
Right, couldn't be his child because
No,
it's
he's
coming
mi-
from his side of the family. It
Yes.
would only be from the mother's side of the family, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And you indicated, as I understand it, that the full mitochondrial profile, DNA profile for Pavel Gumieni was the same as that of the hair that was on that yellow and green sponge, right?
Correct, yes.
I want to ask you just a couple of questions about the blouse and the other item, the bra that was examined, the DNA that you extracted from that particular item, or those two items. You indicated, did you not, that there was a mixture of two contributors, correct?
And which item are you referring to?
The blouse, striped blouse.
41, 1S1?
Yeah.
Yes, 2 contributors.
One of them you identified as being consistent with actually full included, the source being the person we know to be Jennifer Dulos, correct?
Yes, the toothbrush cannot be eliminated.
Cannot be eliminated as the source.
But yes, but with 100 billion times more likely as the statistic.
Right. And the same thing with the other item of clothing, the brassiere.
What number item is that?
So right around that same number, I don't know, 40.
41 2S1?
Yes.
That was a portion of British brown stain from the bra, and that was a mixture of 2 contributors.
Also 2 contributors.
Yes,
And one of them being the person whose profile was obtained from the toothbrush, correct?
correct,
And that would
yes.
be Jennifer Dulos as we know it.
Yes,
You know the name, right?
yes.
Did you test to determine who the second contributor was on these items?
I believe everybody that was compared was eliminated, but I have
Was
to,
excluded, eliminated as being the source, right?
as being a contributor.
Did you ever determine who that second contributor to those items was?
Not from any more, no more knowns were submitted, no.
Did you ever were you ever asked to compare it to an individual by the name of Kent Mawini?
No, I did not have his known submitted to the lab.
All right. I just have a moment. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect, please.
Ms. Nadel, you were asked questions on cross-examination about 883S7. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
So just to recap, there were two different statistics or analysis that you did with respect to the defendant's known DNAs, one under the previous DNA kit and one under the more recent DNA kit. Is that correct?
Yes, there was two different reports with two different comparisons, yes.
And both statistics are valid, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
So it is 780,000 times more likely that the defendant was a contributor on the bag that had Jennifer Dulos's DNA and duct tape. Is that correct?
Objection. First of all, this is leading. Second of all, it's misstatement of what her findings are regarding likelihood
The
ratio.
court understands the findings to be in this form, assuming a certain number of contributors. It is then X times more likely to have originated from a certain source of the profile, generated from a certain swab, and one unknown individual, then from two unknown individuals. That's the form of the testimony. And the court is going to sustain the objection because the form, as explained by Ms. Maydell, was not quoted or followed.
Yes, Judge, I'll rephrase. With respect to 883S7, it was your conclusion that that profile was consistent with 4 contributors, correct?
Yes.
And it is 780,000 times more likely that the defendant was a contributor to that particular profile with 3 unknown individuals as opposed to 4 unknown individuals. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And that bag had Jennifer Dulos's DNA and duct tape on the inside. Isn't that correct?
I would have to go back to see that duct tape was collected from that parent item.
I would direct you to 883S4. Exposed sticky sides of duct tape.
Yes, so that would have been inside parent item 88.
And Jennifer Dulos was also assuming 2 contributors, 100 billion times more likely to be a contributor to that exposed sticky side of duct tape, correct?
Your Honor, this is absolute leading. The witness already testified. We don't need Mr. McGinnis to repeating the answers. He can ask regular questions.
Well, the cross-examination covered these essentially likelihood ratio. So the objection is overruled.
Ms. Maydell, do you remember the question?
883S4, you wanted to know that the toothbrush was 100 billion times more likely?
Yeah, and actually I'll use Mr. Schoenhorn's phrase. The toothbrush is really the person we know to be Jennifer Dulos.
Correct, yes, that's what we're using for.
Okay. And what were the results with respect to 883S4, those exposed sticky sides of duct tape?
Yeah, that was 2 contributors, and 100 billion times more likely that it originated from the toothbrush of Jennifer Dulos and one unknown individual than two unknown individuals.
Incidentally, you were asked on cross-examination by Attorney Schoenhorn about the amount of DNA that was found on 883S7. In your experience doing this for, I think, over 20 years now, if I'm not mistaken, is it uncommon to have such small amounts of DNA?
No, we can develop DNA profiles or partial DNA profiles from very little amount of DNA with our new sensitive kits. So no, having 20, 30 picograms, we can develop some DNA profiles, yes.
And just for the jury's benefit, simply because a particular profile has a small amount of DNA, does that mean that the person who is likely to be a contributor to that profile didn't actually touch it?
Yeah, I can't tell how the DNA got there. All I can do is process the sample, develop the DNA profile, and then make comparisons to the known to see if the types are present in that evidentiary profile. I can never say how that DNA or when that DNA got on that item.
You were asked about 88-1 1S2, 88-1-1S2, which was a hair found on a sponge. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were asked on cross-examination about whether or not Pavel Gumieni could be eliminated as the source of that particular hair. Do you recall those questions?
My conclusion is that he cannot be excluded as being the source or someone in his paternal line.
I want you to assume that someone had cleaned Mr. Gumieni's vehicle with that sponge. Is it possible that a hair from Mr. Gumieni, being that it's his vehicle, could have ended up on that sponge?
Objection. Again, it's the same objection Mr. McGinnis made. There is no evidence that anyone cleaned his truck with that sponge. So there is not a basis for making that assumption or hypothetical or foundation.
Of course, the court has to determine which facts bear a true and fair relationship to each other, and then it has to determine whether the additional facts are appropriate for the hypothetical. So at this point, based on that question, even though there is no evidence that that sponge was used to clean the door panel or any other area of the Tacoma, the hypothetical is fair, overruled.
Yes, it's known that you shed hairs constantly. So if you are driving around your car, it's likely that you're going to shed some hairs into your own car. And then if you are wiping something down, you'd pick that up onto that sponge or a towel or whatever you're wiping it with.
And I just had a chance to review the results briefly, and so this isn't an entirely fair question, but with the exception of that hair, which we just talked about, isn't it true that Mr. Gumieni was eliminated from every single profile from items recovered in Hartford?
Again, I'm going to object to the leading nature of the question, and I thought there were some inconclusive, so it's an improper question.
The court is not certain that this witness knows what items were recovered from Hartford, because this witness only knows what is in essentially the transmittals from biology. So the court will sustain the objection but allow you to rephrase the question.
Earlier, I was reading a stipulation out loud with respect to where certain items were seized. You'll recall that.
Yes.
And there were certain items that were read out loud from the stipulation that were recovered in Hartford. And my question is with respect to those items, and I guess I can 50, 51, 54, 61, 62, 52, 53, 55, 88, 40, 41, 96, although no profiles were developed on 96. But for the items that you were able to develop profiles on, isn't it true that Mr. Gumiani was eliminated from every single profile?
There's eliminations or inconclusive, but no positive associations.
And you were asked about item 86S1 by Attorney Schoenhorn. That was the swabbing of the cutting taken from the Tacoma. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And you were asked on cross-examination whether or not any confirmatory blood testing had been done on that particular swabbing. I believe you indicated no, correct?
Correct.
Could you just indicate to the jury why no confirmatory testing was done in that particular case?
Well, I wasn't the one to examine the evidence, but for protocol purposes, since it came in labeled KM positive, we wouldn't repeat that screening test. And if the sample appeared to be limited, you wouldn't want to consume any of that sample and have a chance of taking away some of the DNA that we maybe developed from that profile by using it to just confirm that it's human blood.
And I think, as Attorney Schoenhorn pointed out on cross-examination, some of these DNA samples can actually be incredibly small. Is that correct?
Yes, incredibly small.
And so each time you do a test on it, it actually destroys some of that potential profile, correct?
Or remove some of that sample that you would have for DNA if you use it for a different test, yes.
If I could just have a moment, Judge.
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Whether the likelihood ratio was 250,000 to 1 on the retest in 2023 or 780,000 to 1, assuming 4 contributors, you're still talking about the same 3 human cells, correct?
Approximately 3 cells from the amount of DNA that I amplified, yes.
And I didn't ask you anything about the tape on 88-3S4, did I?
Well, that's not cross-examination.
Was there any findings with regard to 3S4 that Ms. Troconis' DNA could not be excluded? Or was she eliminated?
88-3S4?
Yeah, 88-3S4. That was asked by Mr. McGinnis.
Michelle Troconis is eliminated as a contributor to that profile.
And you were asked a question about whether or not Mr. Gumiani's DNA was eliminated from, at least from all other Hartford-based searches. Do you remember that question that he just asked you?
Yes.
But it was inconclusive as to whether or not his DNA was on a doorknob down in New Canaan. Isn't that
Just
correct?
object, Judge. It's outside the scope.
Outside of the scope sustained.
No further questions.
Maydell, you may step down.
Judge, may we approach?
Yes. Follow media about the case. Have a good evening.
All rise. This Honorable Superior Court now stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m.